All right. Get them all going. Guys. Okay. Well, as you can see, it's already started. Click over. Oh shit. Wrong one. Not end stream. Okay, here we go. Like I said earlier, I had to go
White
someplace,
has to learn a lot of
and we're gonna watch some more of this shit. I'm looking. Wait, why is that one not showing? Let me hit refresh on that. There's something. Oh, there it is. Okay, just a refresh on there, and we're gonna watch it and listen.
lessons about coming into her own power and how to find her own agency. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby. It's really wonderful.
So basically, if Snow White doesn't come in and just start beating you around the head with this message, then you know that some changes have been done. Disney thinks they have a winner on their hands, and they're going to drive it towards female audiences as hard as they can. Well, we all saw how that went for Madam Web, didn't we? Where Madam Web spent most of their ad spend on TikTok, aiming to get a female audience in for it. And, yeah, that didn't work. In fact, it finally taught some people in Hollywood that I don't know if women are enough to carry the box office here. I mean, males make up 65 to 70% of the superhero audience. And in the case of Madam Web, the percentage of female viewers was still only 46%, despite virtually all of the marketing being aimed at them. You think you're gonna do better in Snow White, do you? It's a really stupid plan, let's see if it pays off. And so, with all of these problems already just at the core of the movie, the last thing you want is your actors causing trouble for you on the internet. And yet, that's exactly what Rachel Ziegler decided to do. Unable to physically keep her mouth shut about anything. Just come out, talk about the movie, and shut your gob. No, Rachel Ziegler is basically like hiring a nuclear weapon, which has already been set to detonate.
This carpet is a person with feelings.
It doesn't matter if you want to be a business that wants to make money and nothing else. She will drag you into trouble. Even when marketing her own movie, she still couldn't keep her mouth shut underneath the advertising. Because what? She forgets that there may be various people in the audience, and maybe you want to take in money for your product from all of them. Especially as your co-star takes the opposite position. You could have used this opportunity to go, we don't care. No, we just want to make money, bros. That's all we're here for. Instead, Rachel Ziegler, as ever, a wonder to the fans. They're at the forefront of her thoughts, as always. Her wildly inappropriate statement causing further damage to the film's promotional campaign, in which the trailers are already being ratioed, and has even pissed off fans of her co-star in the movie. Now, even people that would support the movie because they like the other actress are attacking the other actress in the pissing movie. It's just bad promotion and bad business all around, because Disney refused to put a muzzle on their actors, or at least haven't yet realized that they should go around hiring less problematic ones. Then again, Disney employees have the same worldview, so maybe you've got a deeper problem there, Disney. No, this obviously distracted people from giving a crap about Snow White, and instead, people started talking about Rachel Ziegler and Gal Gadot falling out. Obviously, tempers were high, and you've chosen two different sides of the battle and advertised it to the public. So when people are going, she genuinely can't stand being next to her, is that, well, not exactly a happy face, is it? They even got likened to clips from The Boys. I've just met Homelander. And while people were going, Gal Gadot's total obliviousness makes this even funnier, I actually don't think it's obliviousness. I think it's professionalism. This is just how adults in the room act. You know, when you're an actress, you should be able to act as if you're happy and interested. Be able to act as if you're not a...
Yes, that's because she's a professional, and the other one is not a professional, and that's how come you get this whole mismatch of stuff going on. You get one professional and one brat, and what happens? The professional looks professional. The brat looks like a brat. Simple. Okay, so I'm looking at this, and I'm trying to figure out if it's my avatar. Yeah, it's my avatar. It's slightly delayed when I talk.
complete bit. Of course, none of this will stop any of them eating themselves. Oh my god, replacing dwarfs with CGI, that's not progressive. I mean, good. I mean, I don't want to side with Disney, but to me, you just wrote a headline that go, replacing the 7 dwarves with CGI isn't evil. Disney said they wanted to avoid reinforcing stereotypes. Like what? That dwarves are... dwarves? I'm not really sure what stereotype you're going for. We don't want to go for the stereotype that dwarves are short. I'm sorry? Because we didn't want to have stereotypes, we decided...
What he doesn't understand is dwarves, the term itself is offensive in the United States.
To just not employ them, especially as they themselves were going. It boggles my mind that a network, instead of listening to a community, is listening to one person. That's just how much pull this one person has created in the society because of where he is on the level of popularity. Yes, and it is really personally beneficial if other people don't get to that level of popularity to compete with him on jobs. And over time, these opinions got even more bizarre. There's a huge problem with Disney's live-action Snow White trailer, again about the dwarves. This trailer makes me kind of angry. I'm like, what? My opinions on this matter have sharpened since the image was released, especially with new Time Bandits. Now he starts going, oh yeah, that's because dwarves lose out on jobs. Fair enough. But then he says, I'm still annoyed that Peter Jackson was not casting little people, you could say dwarf, it's fine, in Hobbit roles in Lord of the Rings. And he's like, yeah, but that's because the Hobbits are little people. Dwarves are not just short people, it is a medical condition. And so you kind of have like out of proportions and stuff. But the Hobbits are just normal people shrunk. Therefore, because they have to still be in proportion, it actually does make more sense to have a normal-sized person who then you shrink down so that proportions stay the same. There's nothing wrong.
Well, yeah, but if you watch the movies, you can see the proportions were out of whack too, because they didn't have the level done properly, I should say. You could see that they were different than what they and different scenes. They were different heights and stuff. So it was kind of confusing watching it.
With this is perfectly logical. And of course, the very diverse and progressive Rings of Power commits the same erasure. It has a colourful coalition, but includes 0 little people. Huzzah for actually, it is. Huzzah for evil. Actually, it is progress. In the stack, one's higher than the other, and so if you crush everyone else beneath you, that is moral, by their own ideology. There's a reason why you actively shun anyone who believes this stuff. But my favourite bit is, as he goes on, he decides to start calling it the LP community. The little person community. Like,
that's what it is called in the United States. Okay, guys? I failed to remember this stuff until just a little while ago.
He can say dwarf.
Yeah, it's okay to say dwarves, because that's a medical condition.
When it's referring to the animated dwarves. But anyone else?
And you can also say obese, because that's also a medical condition.
It has to be called LP, rather not the entire LP actor, LP roles. The only major show in history to have LP in it was Disney's Willow reboot. Well, there you go then. Look how that turned out. But as was written in IndieWire, Christian Lopez mentions, if you're a member of the LP community or disability community in general, you've seen this story before, the media frenzy, followed by backpedaling, followed by the eventual erasure of the disability altogether. Yes, but then again, look what you just did. Rather than calling them dwarves, you started calling them LPs because you were afraid to actually talk about the disability altogether, which erases it. Maybe people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, eh? And so it's no wonder then when dwarves came out themselves and they weren't happy about it. Zach Roloff talked about how they updated, diversified Snow White, but went way backwards on the dwarf side. I hope Dinklage is happy. They aren't just taking away the dwarves and making Snow White, they're CGIing them. This isn't 1937. There are actually a lot of people with dwarfism walking around. Either focus on Snow White or own the dwarf representation. But the problem is, Disney did this to themselves. You heard how Rachel Ziegler spoke about Dwarf White at the start.
She's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
They did it because they wanted to embrace progress. And then people are, oh, I can't believe you've done something horrible. Of course they have. The entire ideology does something horrible. But everybody else, no, they want to use it for their own benefits. That's why they support it in the first place. Oh, I'm weak. I'm a victim. I can get get something out of this, and then they wonder why it bites them. It's because the people involved were never motivated by trying to do the right thing in the first place. Instead, everybody got involved, all got on board the train for self-interest, for their own reasons, because they could get free stuff out of it, because they thought they could be lifted in positions which they haven't earned just because they ticked enough boxes. And then they're surprised when somebody else comes along who ticks more boxes. Or maybe that box, and we can't allow that anymore. That makes you a bigot. Everybody's all on board until it backfires on them. The real issue is, nobody else can really defend you. Because if you've been arguing that the best person for the job should have got the job, and you go, okay, well, clearly they're the best fit for the job. But that isn't what people are cast on anymore. Everyone embraced these ideas because they thought they'd be better off. And it turns out, no, maybe you're the one people are stepping on to get a job, rather than you stepping on somebody else. Now, any movie which has gone through this many reshoots is going to be a disaster. Any movie based on the ideas that Rachel Zegler was speaking about at first is going to be a disaster. And I don't think any amount of reshoots can change something that ingrained in a movie. But at the end of the day, I find the drama interesting to look at from the outside in, but I have no dog in those fights. I just see this as everybody eating their own. They all got together and invented a way of life that stepped on the people who deserved to be there in order to enrich themselves. And then, once they kicked out all the people that should be there, well, now they're stepping on each other too. And so at this point in this fight, I'm not defending anybody, but I will stand back and laugh. And at 300 or 400 million, whatever this movie will end up costing, there is no way this is going to make their money back. And that is funny. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Let me know down in the comments below. Like the video if you like the video. Subscribe for more videos like this in the future, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
All right. Finish that one now. Pick another one. You know what? Let's scroll back up to. Wait, what was that? Oh, that's Roblox. Never mind. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, we'll watch this one.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is fairest of them all?
It is you, my queen.
Snow White.
Are you ready to discover the price for using magic?
Yet another kingdom falls to your glory. But on this day, one has come of age, fairer even than you. She is the reason your powers wane.
Who is it?
Snow White.
She is my undoing?
She is also your salvation queen. Take her heart in your hand, and you shall never again weaken or age.
Immortality.
The evil queen. We have to stop her.
And as you see, this is what I've been doing. I don't even give a crap right now. Right now, I'm just sharing that I am on all these. There we go. It's shared. We're live. Got it all. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, yeah, that's that channel. Got it. I don't play, so I just pause it. There we go. This one has been shared. Okay, there it goes. I was wondering what's going on with it. Wait. Pause too. Oh, wait. That one can be paused. This is the one I want. All right. And all right. Open in a new tab.
Once upon a time, in time a prince would come. Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
You know what? I'm gonna pull that out. Move it out of the way. All right. We'll share that. Post it. Close it. It. So, I mean, everyone's waiting for it anyway. Open a new tab. Now, if you notice,
I will give this kingdom the queen it deserves. Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who's the fairest
of them all.
of them all?
You are my queen, but not for long. She will grow to be more beautiful than even you. I am but a reflection, and you have already decided.
Some fairy tales do come true, but none ever truly end.
The queen is bringing trouble. I know it for sure.
Is there no end to your power and beauty?
I will give this kingdom the queen it deserves.
Snow White is about embracing a woman's power in the modern world.
Why are like half of these
So
hardly right?
whistle while you work.
Disney just dropped the first teaser for its live-action Snow White. And instead of casting a spell, it sparked an internet firestorm that's burning hotter than ever. Starring Rachel Zegler as the fairest of them all, and Gal Gadot as the wickedly glamorous evil queen, the trailer was supposed to be a magical moment. Unveiled at Disney's D23 Expo with all the glitz and glam of a Hollywood premiere, fans expected to be enchanted. Zegler looked every bit the princess, serenading us with Whistle While You Work, while Gadot oozed villainous charm as she demanded, "Who's the fairest of them all?"
The fairest one of all.
But just when it
focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Weird. So we didn't do that this time.
From here on out, the online outrage was crazy, with critics declaring Zegler a walking PR disaster for Disney. Over on TikTok, user @RubenWoodall racked up over 1.3 million likes after blasting Disney for trying to turn Snow White into a girl boss. According to Woodall,
Actually,
the whole point of Snow White's tale isn't about leadership or feminism.
So, what they're trying to do is turn women into men.
Work cut out for them. With backlash coming from all sides, the studio was caught between trying to modernize a beloved classic and navigating the minefield of representation in 2024. Whether their different approach will win over critics like
this channel is totally wrong about like most everything he's saying. Because you heard him, conservative this, conservative that. They didn't even get that right because most of the people that watch this aren't just conservative. They're idiots that think they know what they're talking about and they're not. They don't. Oh shit! Is it muted? No, it's going through. Why is my avatar is just acting up again? Anyway, let's get back to it.
Like Dinklage, or just dig them deeper into controversy remains to be seen. One thing's for sure, this remake is already more drama than any fairy tale ever needed. So what are your thoughts on Rachel Zegler absolutely losing it after Snow White's trailer finally hit our screens? And what do you think about her version of the story? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want to know what Brett Cooper has to say about her fellow Snow White, then this is the next video that you need to watch.
people have been heading to the theaters, and before watching Wicked, the Snow White trailer is playing. Now, this is the Disney live-action Snow White that is supposed to be coming out in 2025, starring Rachel Zegler as the fairest of them all. And there's been a lot of controversy. You know, Rachel Zegler said that this new version of Snow White was going to be more feminist. She's going to be a girl boss. She's going to save herself. The prince doesn't save her, which is really the plot of the original Snow White. So I'm not sure how it's going to measure up. She's come out against Trump supporters, saying that Trump supporters should never know peace after the 2024 election, which is just an insane thing to say. She also said a big you to Donald Trump and to those who support him. So she's been really active out there on the PR trail, shall we call it. And it seems like people have been coming after her. Maybe even some Disney executives said like, hey, we cannot allow this to happen, especially for somebody who's supposed to be the fairest of them all. She can't be saying things like this on the internet, because she did come out and apologize after her whole post went viral. We know she doesn't mean it. She said she was in the throes of an emotional reaction to this election, but I doubt it. I think we got to see how she truly felt, as we've been seeing how she truly feels in a political sense all throughout her very short career in Hollywood. Mind you, she has not been here for long, but it has been a meteoric rise. And Snow White now has a trailer. It's been playing before the Wicked movie. If you've gotten a chance to see it, we're going to react to some of it right here, right now.
A place of fairness, like the Queen. Change everything. Take him away, Your Majesty.
What did you say?
The people need some kindness.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
Famed is thy beauty, Majesty. The lovely maiden I now behold.
I look at you, and I just want to be fairest of them all.
The Queen is evil. You must flee into the woods.
My parents always said this forest was a magical place.
The CGI, I can't. I mean, I just have to say, like, isn't the point of live action that you're like bringing to life what we would have seen in animation prior, and now they're just giving all of it to us in CGI, which, like, fair. I don't know how well they can pull off like the whole trained animal element of it, but please.
Hello? Is there anybody here?
Okay, so you just seen it. The door's not locked. She just walks in. She's like, I'm claiming this house and sleeping right now.
It's a human.
What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost.
You'll be safe from the Queen here.
The Queen stole everything from all of us.
I'm gonna need your help.
It's time to restore our kingdom.
Find Snow White.
This is our kingdom, and now we're here to take it back.
You were saying.
I'm sorry, my dear. Did I frighten you?
So there you go. That's your new Snow White, and you can already sort of feel it Can you feel it, guys? Can you feel the girl bossification of Snow White? I mean, in the original Snow White, as I'm a major fan of the first animated version of this film, Snow White is just like a little teensy, 13-year-old girl who is, very demure, very mindful. She's got a strength to her, but it's a strength that is very much like juxtaposed with the femininity that you can feel deep within her. And she like carries this femininity with her, especially when she's met with these 7 dwarves who are very masculine and, edgy and abrasive, and they're living in an untidy home, and she comes in and brings the femininity, and with the femininity, it brings balance to these men, and they build a relationship with her and decide to help her. And the very same you can see with the prince, who is just so enamored by this like ultra feminine presence that exists in Snow White. I think we got like 2 seconds of the prince in this trailer. So who knows? Rachel Zegler said in her original sort of PR touring that she was doing on the subject of this film that the prince might be cut totally because he's not even important. And he's a stalker anyways. He was a stalker in the initial Snow White, not somebody who was enamored and in love with Snow White, but a stalker. So he might just get cut from this movie after all. And it seems like that might just be the case given that we got 2 seconds of him in the trailer. Now we get to see the 7 dwarves who are now the 7 CGI dwarves. Originally, they were the 7 magical diversity hires, and we had like all these different adults of various ages and races with one, I believe, a little person, one person with dwarfism, and now they're just completely cut. There will be no dwarf actors at all working on this film, and in a live action, which means we're supposed to translate from animation to real life people, we are getting just overproduced CGI dwarves that look, I don't know, very strange in my opinion, and they're now going to dance around Snow White, which means, presumably, where this would have been like a live action interpretation of Snow White, she probably spent a lot of time just with green screen and little figures and talking to nothing there. Oftentimes they use tennis balls. I think that's what they used in The Little Mermaid as she was speaking to the different fish and sea creatures. So I mean, it seems like it's going to be a lot of that. And I can't help but think that translates in the way that you act, because you don't have anybody to really bounce energy off of. You're just sort of marking and doing what needs to be done in order for the scene to translate once they computer generate everything that you're actually going to be dealing with on screen. So I don't have high hopes. Wow, thank you. Dad joke. For this movie upon seeing the trailer, and I don't know that I should, given that Rachel Zegler has at every moment where she could sabotage herself before this film coming out, chosen to do exactly that by attacking the fan base. If anybody was really going to love a live action Snow White, it would have been conservative individuals who have a love for Disney and have a love for that sort of traditional masculine feminine framework that was presented in the original Snow White's animation, and now that's gone and it's been stripped away, and people were already upset about that, but she chose to really just like drive the nail into the metaphorical coffin in going forward and doing this. And of course there's the obvious question, like, how are they going to figure out the kiss and the meeting of the prince and the apparent stalking that he does in the initial film? Because a lot of the leftist posturing surrounding Snow White initially was over that non-consensual kiss that exists at the end. That even if you are unconscious and going to die, if you don't get a kiss from this man, him kissing you without somehow waking you from your unconscious state to ask you if he can save your life, if he doesn't do that, it's non-consensual. He's sexually assaulting you. That was the initial complaint about Snow White. How they're going to sum that up and fix it, I have no idea. Please, please, please don't make it something where she's like asking him, or like it's her. She's the one who actually makes the kiss happen in the end. I don't know. It's going to be strange, whatever it is, though, and I can't imagine they're going to leave that in its original state for this live action remake.
I just have a feeling this is going to completely flop. And I think you're right. They're abandoning the classic, story framework for this girl bossified version. People are tired of that. People are tired of live action remakes generally. It's tough because every time they do make a new movie that's original,
they make it so nobody wants to go. Nobody wants to see this bullshit that they put into these movies. All right, we don't want that. We go there to watch the story. That's it. We want the story. I have no idea what that is right there. What is this? What? I have no idea. But anyway, I'm just gonna keep going. I have no idea what that is. But anyway, we'll just keep going.
It's kind of following the same woke narratives that are actually unoriginal because they're pre-scripted to follow this woke ideology. And then anything that they make as a remake, they inject that same ideology into. So you just get a mess either way. And I think that's why they're floundering and failing. But something interesting, I think I remember hearing Jonathan Peugeot, who's Jordan Peterson's friend, who's really into like symbolism and meaning and stories and stuff, was talking about the original Snow White, and he framed it as like a coming of age story for young women. I remember he talked about like the dwarves kind of symbolizing like lesser men that aren't like worthy of a young woman as she's like.
Yeah. And that was at that time. They were saying dopey, sleepy, grumpy. Those types of men are not good for young women.
Like coming into her own, and the prince represents the man that you want, the man who's going to be of the quality that you want to end up with, if you're going to end up with anyone. And that's a big part of that storytelling, is like not finding a prince who just admires you because you're such an awesome girl boss, but a prince who is actually someone who's qualified, who's of the status and of the like standing on his own 2 feet, who's not this little dwarf of a man that is going to simp over you for nothing. People get all, bent out of shape over like, oh, the man rescuing you from all this stuff. But it's like, it's a fundamental aspect of human nature that in order for humanity to persist, men and women need to find each other in romantic relationships. We should have, it's cultural narratives that help facilitate that in a healthy way. And I think that the original Snow White is reflective of, wisdom that we've borne out. Now, obviously it has certain things that maybe, are perhaps dated for this time, but that fundamental truths of like, you need to vet a man and make sure he's a good type of guy and not.
As they say, you got to vent the person. You got to vent the other person. Just like, going to the bedroom, you got to make sure that's the right person.
Settle for lesser ones. Like, I think that's a pretty good message. And there's a lot of other stuff in there about like older women, resenting younger women for their beauty and not wanting to let go of theirs. And there's so much profundity in the original stories, which go back before Disney, by the way, and to just, take all of the actual substance and merit of that centuries of history and value and development of these ideas, and then to just use that as like lipstick of the pig of your ideology is pretty low. And I think that the ratings will reflect that.
Dude, I could yap about Snow White for like 10 years, and I'm going to continue right now on the stream because it's the last chance. The trailer's out. This is it. The original Snow White that Walt Disney created was like an hour and 23 minutes, and he made it with like $1.5 million. And he went into debt trying to create this like first animated feature to really hit the screen. Now you have like a Snow White that's probably going to be like 2 hours plus. Like everything that's being created today is like far too long, but completely lacking in substance. And they take like $200-300 million and they sink it into these projects and they get no return on it. And you watch it, and this is supposed to be like a live action iteration, and it's so lifeless in comparison to what we got just decades and decades and decades ago from a studio that was just literally just pasting these animations out and working with pretty rudimentary technology to get these films out. And it's just devastating to see the change. And if you're watching the original Snow White and thinking this is not feminist in any way, shape, or form, I just don't know what movie we're watching. We're not watching the same thing. Every single like major plot driver in the original Snow White is female. You have the evil queen, who is is like this all-powerful, albeit very much lacking in character, female force. You have the little evil witch that she turns into to give the apple to Snow White, which is like the catalyst of so much within the story. And then you have Snow White herself, who is just a powerful little teenager who's driving this story along and is the force for good that exists throughout this entire film. And she's met with a lot of turmoil and transgression. I mean, the film starts with her nearly being killed by a huntsman, which is not like this patriarchal version of man. It's a pretty evil thing. It's a man who ends up actually regretting this. He tries to kill Snow White with a dagger. Snow White gets away from this guy and runs off. And this guy is actually like brought down and devastated by the fact that he was so manipulated by the evil queen that he would go and do this to a little girl. So it's not like this ultra masculine, patriarchal, we love man film by any means. She shows up to see the seven dwarves and she's like, yo, your house is disgusting. She's like, your house is disgusting. I'm gonna fix this up. You guys don't know what you're doing. I'm gonna make you some food. Like, how are you living in squalor right now? And there's 7 of you. And mind you, the 7 dwarves, they don't have particularly kind names. This was like sleepy, dopey, you know, these are not, again, like peak masculine, we love men characters by any means. They're people who need a lot of development, and a child far younger than them ends up showing up in their life and teaching them like how to build connection, how to take care of themselves, how to cook, and what that looks like. And she asserts herself and is like, hey, I'm gonna stay here. I don't know what you want me to tell you, but I'm running away from a huntsman. This bitch is trying to kill me. I'm gonna chill in your house. And they go on.
Yeah, and they're like, you're cleaning the house. Yeah, we'll let you stay.
And just like the reason that people help Snow White is because of her character and because they're so enamored by like this ultra feminine woman who's also strong but young and is carrying all this on her back and dealing with so much. So how you watched that film and thought, he kissed her without his consent. This is not feminist enough for me. Oh my gosh, she needs to be saved by a man. This is not feminist enough for me. The reason she even makes it to the point of being saved by anybody is because her character and strength is just like so overwhelming and so powerful that it moves grown men to search for her, look for her, and fight for her. And people go, that's not feminist enough. That we need to girl bossify her. She needs to save herself. Okay, well, good luck saving yourself. Like, good luck building community in a world where everybody saves themselves and women are all powerful. And I mean, good luck when you're met with the reality that that's not the case. And a 13-year-old girl, no matter how strong and wonderful and powerful she is, cannot often save herself when fighting against a literal evil regime that is sending huntsmen out to kill her with daggers. But please, live in your leftist utopia where everybody's a girl boss and the 13-year-old can save herself. I just don't know what to tell you.
And that's the problem with today's society. Okay. I did not know that was going to pop up, but it did. Watch that one. Tab.
We're checking out the teaser for Snow White and the Evil Queen.
This should be really interesting. I'm excited to check it out. If you haven't already, hit that like button, comment your thoughts, and let's dive on in. Think Key presents. Ooh, she's got a really pretty voice. Hello, Timeless Truth.
I love her dress.
Oh, wow. You know how I've read the apples are.
Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
Oh, wow. Brett Cooper. No lie. And the Evil Queen. I think this project is super interesting. The fact that they're releasing this next year at the same time as Disney's doing it. Here's my thoughts. I am not against them doing this because my thoughts is always competition is not a bad thing. It's in the public sphere. What's your thoughts?
I like the style of it. I'm just curious, like, how they're going to do the story.
I don't want it to look cheap. That's the biggest thing. I don't want it to look cheap.
I mean, just looking at that, it looks like they put a little bit more money than other companies into the production.
Also, something I am curious on is how faithful they are to the original story.
Yeah, and hopefully it's not like campy or anything like that.
Yes. Something I find interesting, when you look at all the other Snow White live action remakes, basically, none of them are faithful to the original story. They either make her a warrior or a thief, or there's so many different versions.
To be faithful to the original story is
dark.
It's dark. Like, in the end, the evil queen, she has on hot iron shoes and she dances to death.
I kind of hope they go that route.
That'd be neat.
It'd be neat if they went like full faithful, very like just fully faithful to the original story. We've really not seen that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very curious, and we're going to check out the Disney one. I want to check it out too. Even if there's changes, we give all movies a chance. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, we'll let you know. But I just think this project is really interesting, and I think the fact that it's really trending and people are really finding it interesting. But my thing is this: I'm going to check out Disney. I'm going to check out this movie. I just want a good movie, and that's what I want to go into it with. So, if you haven't already, give your comments below. Are you going to check it out? Are you just staunchly against it? And if you are, I understand. We get it. But if you want to check it out, let us know. Yeah, we'll see you later.
Bye.
All right. Let me see. Hold on. I'm just getting rid of some stuff. This one, I'll go ahead and publish that. Okay, there we go. Gonna get published. Don't care. These seem to be fine. What's this? Hold on. Oh, okay. Is my mic muted? Oh, shouldn't it be? Yeah, it's not muted. Okay. Public. There's no copyright stuff on it, so I think we're good there. All right. Checked. Oof. Did I share it? Yeah, I think I shared it. And we're gonna go with this one.
What does the mirror show you? What do you see?
I am but a reflection.
Mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
You are my queen, but not for long. She will grow to be more beautiful than even you. There is a war coming, in which all secrets will be revealed.
You're alive.
Are you?
Her name is Snow White. It is told that she will be even fairer than you. She will be your end, my queen.
Why is she of such value?
Snow White shall kneel before me. She will beg for mercy. And then I'll tear her heart out.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Boom. Wait. What the? Oh, a new one. Opening tab.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back together here with another video, and the Daily Wire has dropped something new. Now, I don't know if you guys actually knew this or not, but Daily Wire has been teasing a kid-friendly streaming service to combat Walt Disney, and now they have done it. It is actually called BentKey. That is the name of their streaming service. I believe it actually runs for $99 for a year. And also, when it comes to Walt Disney is coming out with that Walt version of Snow White next year. The Daily Wire dropped a trailer here of their version of Snow White. It's called Snow White and the Evil Queen. Have you seen this trailer yet?
No.
It's actually going to star Brett Cooper from the Daily Wire. She was actually a child actress. And of course, she's on YouTube, the comment section with Brett Cooper. Let's go ahead and watch this little teaser here, okay? Let's roll it.
Once upon a time, in time a prince would come. Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
So that's it right there. Brett Cooper as Snow White. And did you notice something that what they said in this teaser? They mentioned the prince. Walt Disney's version will not have a prince. Remember that? Because Rachel Zegler said there's going to be no prince. She will not be saved by the prince because, you know, their version is going to be woke. What did you think of that the little teaser right there? Didn't give us much, but
Okay, we're gonna watch that.
Doesn't show much.
Which is a good thing. I mean, it's a teaser, so.
Yeah, but it seems like, you know, there will be an evil queen because, like, she picked up the apple.
Well, yeah. And the title of it is Snow White and the Evil Queen.
Yeah.
There will be a prince. They told you that. I believe they probably put that in a trailer for a reason.
Yeah.
because Rachel Zegler was adamant. No prince will be saving her. So that's pretty good right there. But also Jeremy Boring here. He's one of the founders of Daily Wire. He put out a statement here as well. Let's listen to this.
Walt Disney embodied the American spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation. He risked everything to build his dream. One of his greatest risks and greatest achievements was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Critics at the time called it Disney's folly. They were certain it would be a flop. It was 400% over budget, and it would have bankrupted the entire company if it didn't succeed. But it did succeed. It went on to become one of the top-grossing films of all time. Everything you see today from Disney was made possible by Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So there's no better example of Disney's disregard for their own heritage or their disregard for their own audience than their current remake of their own classic film. Walt once said about Snow White, quote, "To me, I thought it was the perfect story. I had the sympathetic dwarves. I had the prince and the girl, the romance. I just thought it was a perfect story." Unfortunately, the company Disney founded doesn't agree with their founder and visionary. They're remaking their own iconic film nearly 100 years later. They've decided to make some key changes. Their lead actress, the new Snow White, Rachel Zegler, has summed it up, saying, quote, "I just mean, it's no longer 1937. We absolutely wrote a Snow White that she's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true. While Disney still uses Walt's name, they've all but abandoned his legacy. Instead of telling stories about timeless truth, what the ancient fairy tales were all about, Disney's new Snow White is an apology for their past and will expose children to the popular but destructive lies of the current moment.
Yeah, so they have it right there. So, yeah, he brought up, you know, the leader she's supposed to be. That is not what Snow White was about. So I didn't even know they were making this. So this was kind of surprising, you know?
I think it would be good. I mean, like, you know, if they make it like, you know, close to the classic.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Because, I mean, when you remake a classic movie, you just, you know, don't change everything to, you know, to a different route. You know,
right.
You still stay on the same theme where, you know, people can, like, the audience can recognize, you know, that it's not a different story. It's the same story, but it's just a remake, you know?
Yeah, it's a remake. It's modernized as far as, you know, well, this is going to be live action. You know, they're not going out there trying to change the fundamental storyline like Walt Disney, what they're doing.
Yeah, because, like, you know, like, when, just say, okay, I read Snow White, and it's like a long time ago. It's classic, and it should stay classic even though it's remake. Because when it remade and it's go to a different route, it's like it confuse people and say
it turns off the fans.
Yeah, it's like, what is this? You know, why not make another movie? It's just like the TV show, what is it called? Robin Hood? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Robin Hood is woke and nobody's liking it as a 1.1.
I mean, because of Robin Hood is a legend, okay? Even though it was a remake, it's like a guy who playing like Robin Hood, you know?
Right.
And the legend, like, is a guy, you know? So it's already established, is in, well, at least it's in my mind where, like, the Robin Hood the story is supposed to be a guy, you know, the theme and stuff, you know, you already know it, even though it's a remake movie or like a TV show, it should still at least stay the same so I know, like, what it will be going to be about. If it's totally different, might as well write another story.
Yep, but like I said before, you know, Disney seems to be fresh out of ideas. Hollywood seems to be fresh out of ideas. But Daily Wire, man, this should be interesting right here. I'm willing to bet that the reviews are going to be better for their version of Snow White than Walt Disney's. I truly do believe that. Now, more people are actually going to see the Disney version of it because more people are going to have this is actually going to the movie theater. This is going to be exclusively on a Big Key from the Daily Wire here.
But still, I don't know if, like, the audience will go to the movie theater to see it because
they're not making any money.
They already know, like, you know, the new actress. I mean, they don't like
She's unlikable.
Yeah, and
Brett Cooper is pretty cool. I like her videos too.
Yeah, but the new Disney and Snow White, I mean, they already know the storyline is totally different. That's why it just doesn't feel like the mood of going to see the classic movie, but it's totally different.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yep. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up, guys. Daily Wire drops Big Key for children and releases a teaser for Snow White and the Evil Queen. So this should be interesting. I'm pretty sure Disney's going to panic on this one right here. So, well, that's going to wrap it up, guys. We'll be back tomorrow in another video. Until then, be safe.
Goodbye.
So I'm looking up BetKey. Apparently, it's an app on Google Play Store and stuff. Oh, here we go. Wait, what is that? That's doesn't here. Let's see, because I've been looking it up. Aha, found it. Okay, let's add that to favorites. Start streaming for $99 a year. Oh. You got monthly? Yeah, I would look into this later. I already saved it to favorites. So yeah. Okay. But yeah, we'll share that as well. I mean, it was a decent one. It's not the greatest. Close that. Wait, what? Oh, this is their channel. Open in new tab.
Well, guys, who must ask the question? Is Rachel Zegler's Snow White still happening next year?
Maybe.
Well, that's the question because it seems like Bob Iger has maybe snubbed this movie. Now, guys, this actually comes after Rachel Zegler went after Trump voters. Remember, Trump, as of right now, got over half of the country to vote for him. As of right now, he has like 52% of the vote. And she says that she hopes Trump supporters never know peace.
I was wondering if she's just talking about the American Trump supporter or the Trump supporter all around the world.
I can tell you this. There's a bunch of Trump supporters around the world.
So
there's a lot.
She is calling them never know peace or something?
Yeah, she wants them to suffer. She's one of these pro-Palestine that hates the Jews kind of people. And by the way, Gal Gadot, who's going to be in the Snow White movie, she's from Israel. She's Jewish. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. But right here, Rachel Zegler Snow White reboot snubbed and ignored by Bob Iger doing Disney Q4 earnings call. Now, this is not the first time that he actually failed to bring up the Snow White movie. This is the second time. So this is what he said right here. He said on the call, quote, looking to 2025, we have an extremely positive content slate, including Captain America, Brave New World, Lilo and Stitch, The Fantastic Four, First Steps, Zootopia 2, and Avatar, Fire and Ash. I didn't realize the Avatar was coming out next year. Yeah, it is. I think in December. So definitely got to see it. I like the last one. But he failed to actually mention Snow White.
That's because they want to distance themselves from it. They don't want anything to do with it at this point. They're like, she ruined everything for the movie by opening her mouth. That's why they're also blacklisted her.
I'm thinking, this is just my opinion, I'm thinking that he wished that Rachel Zegler would just go away. That's what I'm thinking. But I believe it's probably too little too late.
You're right on both counts. That's what I'm going to say.
This movie's already made. They've already dropped one trailer. But maybe Bob Iger actually has regrets.
I think he already knows the movie is not going to make money.
I think so. I think this movie is going to be a massive failure. Nobody likes Rachel Zegler. She runs her mouth too much. She trashed the original Snow White that a lot of people love. I mean, she is just asking for this movie to bomb. And you know what's going to happen? When this movie bombs, I already know the excuse. Wait for it. Racism and sexism. She may actually blame Trump supporters for not going.
You know, just not talking about politics, Trump supporter, it just seems like, to me, in the movie, it seems like the evil queen is more nicer and much prettier than, you know.
Well, Gal Gadot, who's playing the evil queen, I mean, she's a beautiful woman.
Yeah, she.
Even they'd understand that Rachel Zegler got a part she was definitely not meant to have. Everybody could see that Gal Gadot was by far the fairest of them all.
You know, so yeah, definitely better looking than Rachel Zegler. Anyway, but yeah, she's asking for a whole bunch of backlash now, and when she's going after Trump supporters in this case right here, yeah, she's going after Trump voters right here, and it's not looking good because one thing about this election, people have rejected the wokeness. They rejected this victimhood mentality out there. So the American people are not on the side of Rachel Zegler.
I think in the point of view that in one of the article or that we talk about that she thinks that working women cannot have babies, or when they have babies, they cannot work. And it just seems like people can do both. I mean, marriage is not a society thing. It's a personal thing. It's between husband and wife.
Yeah.
And they do have some maybe financial crisis or other factor that they want to delay having baby, or some medical problems where they can't. But
that's their choice though. I mean,
yeah, it's their choice, and they can work and have kids, or they can work and not have kids. It doesn't matter.
Well, she's definitely acting like a little child here. She's only like 24 years old.
Welcome.
She's very, very immature. She really doesn't understand how the world works, and I don't think she's going to have any influence on anybody whatsoever. This young lady is not a movie star. I mean, the movies that she's actually been in, didn't they all bomb? Yeah, didn't that movie bomb?
I'm not sure.
I don't think. Yeah, it did. It did bomb.
The Hunger Games?
Yeah, and she was in that West Side Story movie too.
Yeah,
that didn't do good either. I mean, she's not a movie star. I mean, she's not going to influence anybody either way. But why would you actually still go out there, make ridiculous statements? And I'm pretty sure with her being so young that she wants to elevate her career, but you can't do that when you're actually going out there and attacking people all the time. I mean, this young lady here, man, she's a failure. Her career may be over with already. She's not likable. One of the reasons why movie stars actually become really famous and successful is that people like them. I believe that is a part of their appeal.
Yes, and mostly their performance too.
Yeah, their performance also as well. But you still got to be likable in order to make people actually go and see your movies. When it came to like Brie Larson, a lot of people don't like Brie Larson. Guess what? That Marvel's movie flopped. It flopped big time. She's not likable. She's not a movie star. So Bob Iger here, like I said, this is the second time he failed to acknowledge this movie. When is it supposed to come out? In May? I believe it's in May, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't remember. I'm not going to see it anyway. This is one movie that I will not go see, even just for review purposes. I'm not going to see it at all. Forget about it. Don't even ask.
Yeah, most people probably won't see it.
Yeah.
Just when she deal with politics and stuff like that, it just kind of turned the audience off.
It turns people off. It's very, very divisive.
I mean, it's not, I'm not saying that actor and actress cannot talk about politics.
Yeah, they can have their opinion.
If they talk about it, do more research, have some more finding evidence where it will make sense.
What they shouldn't be doing, they shouldn't be talking down to people who have a different political opinion.
Yes.
That's what they shouldn't do.
Like Gina Carano, she posts about the Nazi stuff, and she's not talking about. Yeah, she's not Nazi.
She wasn't talking down to anybody at all. But in this case here, Rachel Zegler is directly talking down to people, and nothing is going to happen with her, I believe, when it comes to Disney. So, gotta leave it right there, guys. What do you guys think? It said Rachel Zegler sticking her foot in the mouth and Bob Iger failing to acknowledge her movie. So, that's going to wrap it up, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with another video. Until then, be safe.
Goodbye.
All right, there's another share for you. So let's put that out there. As you can see, there's a lot more people who speak about stuff, and there's a lot more idiots out there than you would think there are. Open a tab.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back together with another video, and we're going to be talking about Rachel Zegler. That Snow White movie is coming now next summer, something like that.
Yeah.
Still have no intentions of seeing it. And we know that Rachel Zegler was very, very critical of the original 1938 classic.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's trying to save face because everybody was destroying her for coming after the original classic. Look here, about it in the comments. Disney's live-action Snow White star Rachel Zegler claims her criticisms of animated original were intentionally misinterpreted. I've watched women get torn down my whole life. She's going out and playing the victim sexist card now. I mean, to me, I don't think that when I watched it, it was actually misinterpreted. It wasn't. Do we need a refresh here? Should I actually play this clip? I think I should. Let's play this. Listen in.
I mean, you know, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Weird. So we didn't do that this time.
So no prince or a different kind of prince?
We have a different approach to what I'm sure a lot of people will assume is a love story just because, like, we cast a guy in the movie. Right. Andrew Burnap, great dude. Yeah. It's one of those things that I think everyone's going to have their assumptions about what it's actually going to be, but it's really not about the love story at all, which is really, really wonderful. And whether or not she finds love along the way is anybody's guess until 2024. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby. But
yeah. Talking about the man's scenes could get cut. She's not going to be saved by the prince. She called it weird. Now she's saying it's basically misogyny now.
Yep.
Okay. This is pretty crazy here, in my opinion. Did you misinterpret that?
No.
It seems like she was definitely attacking the original story, right?
Yes, and it seems like when I first saw the title of the article, maybe she had have some experience of that women have been torn down before by men or something like that.
That's really a modern conception here, is that women have been disrespected in Hollywood, even though there's a lot of female actresses and characters that people like. But yet when it comes to her, it's misogyny.
Well, I think in the title it said like I watched women get torn down my whole life. So I'm not sure if she is talking about her own experience. And as a woman, I know there's some men and women out there who torn down women in general.
But we're talking about really Hollywood here. And I can't remember people, now I mainly grew up in the 80s and 90s. I don't remember people attacking women in roles because they were women. I mean, I remember Angelina Jolie, Lara Croft in Tomb Raider, right?
Yeah.
Was anybody attacking her because she was a woman?
No.
I don't recall that.
In the movie Tomb Raider, the main character, the woman, is not woke, even though she's have kind of like Indiana Jones, but she doesn't disrespect men or look down on men and everything.
Yeah.
Well, she was a boss. I tell you what. She was a real feminine boss in that one.
Another movie that actually comes to mind is Underworld. Kate Beckinsale is a star of Underworld about vampires and werewolves.
She's another woman boss. I mean, totally feminine and a boss. And that's what Snow White grew into. A feminist boss. A real one. But what they're doing now is not.
She's a star. Nobody said that, hey, I'm going to tear down Kate Beckinsale because she's a woman in Underworld. People love those Underworld movies. They're actually pretty good. Not all of them, but most of them. And the ones that are good, it's not because of her.
Yeah.
It's because the story sucks.
I want to add that, okay, when you talk about the movie Tomb Raider, it's not like the movie Indiana Jones, Dial of Destiny, where Indiana Jones should be the main character, but it was the woman who take over.
Yeah, Indiana Jones is really a side character in his own movie. Now, that movie wasn't necessarily bad just because the actress playing Phoebe Waller-Bridge, it wasn't bad just because of her, not her personally. I don't have a problem with her being in the movie.
No.
But the story sucked, and Indiana Jones is not supposed to be a side character in his own movie, but they did that simply because Indiana Jones is a straight white male. The movie was awful.
Mm-hmm.
But for her, to Rachel Zegler, I'm talking about, to come out and say, hey, I watched women get torn down my whole life. What are you talking about? What in the world are you talking? This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous take right here. This is a victimization take right here.
Maybe in her own experience, but not in Hollywood.
I highly doubt it's even in our own experience, because we're really seeing this here from I believe she's only 24 or something like that. Very, very young. Very young. But this is what Hollywood has come to now. They make excuses every single time there's criticism. We've seen it, and these studios, they back them up. Look what happened with The Acolyte and everything. They started blaming on racism and stuff. They did that with the Obi-Wan show. Oh, all of a sudden now, after 40 years, the fans now are racist. They make excuses. Oh, you don't want to see a black woman in Star Wars. No, that's not the point. The character stinked. Nothing more. And Rachel Zegler is just still buying into this victimhood mentality. And it's not going to save her. I believe this Snow White movie is going to bomb, don't you?
Yes.
Yep.
Now, in the clip, she said 2024, but we know that Disney actually pushed it back to 2025. All of this victimhood stuff really needs to stop. We didn't misinterpret anything. You trashed the original movie that a lot of people love and like.
Mm-hmm.
So she just wants to play the victim. I really don't care what they do with this movie. I'm not going to see it. It's going to be a disaster. But that's all I got. Anything else you want to add to this?
Yeah, I just don't think... Well, Disney is going to lose money even though if this movie comes out or not. It's better for Disney not to put out this movie in a way, though.
Yeah.
Because Snow White is just a classic movie and it shouldn't be reboot or anything. Just stay classic.
Well, I don't have necessarily a problem with it actually getting rebooted. Remember, Daily Wire is doing it also. But the Daily Wire trailer was much more well received than this one here.
Yes.
Rachel Zegler is just so unlikable. This whole victimhood mentality needs to stop.
Yeah, I mean, if you reboot, at least has some classic element in the movie.
Yeah, basically the way she was saying it is like they're completely changing stuff. But we have to see what happens. Gonna leave it right there, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with another video. Till then, be safe.
Goodbye.
The end of that one. Okay, so we watched these two. All right, you just keep seeing them friggin' pop these out. Which is awesome. I'm going to share them. They have a new subscriber with me. I think y'all should follow them. At least give them a shot.
Well, guys, that did not take long whatsoever. You guys know that Rachel Zegler hates Trump voters. She pretty much went out there and told Trump voters to go F themselves because they voted for President Trump. Now, what is the name of that movie she's supposed to be having coming out with Disney next year?
Snow White.
Snow White. That movie is in a whole bunch of trouble, and I believe that the Walt Disney Company knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Because not even a day after Rachel Zegler went out there and attacked Trump voters, she's apologizing. And I truly do believe this was the Walt Disney Company already saying our Snow White movie already made is in big trouble. Shut your mouth. Go out there and apologize.
Well, this Bob Iger, he's already ignored Snow White.
Yeah, 2 times he's already ignored it on calls to investors. But look here, Rachel Zegler apologizes for anti-Trump comments after backlash. I let my emotions get the best of me. Yeah, Rachel Zegler is not a movie star. She hasn't had a hit. And this Walt Disney Snow White movie is not going to be a hit either because she criticized the original movie.
Not only that, she just keeps bad-mouthing everybody. Everybody. It doesn't even matter which side of the aisle they're on. She just bashes them. She don't care about truth.
And now that President Trump has been reelected in non-consecutive terms, she didn't like that. Says here, Rachel Zegler has apologized for comments she made following Donald Trump's reelection, which included "fuck Donald Trump" and made Trump supporters and Trump himself never know peace. Wow. But she came out, she apologized. She says this: "Hi, everyone. I would like to sincerely apologize for the election post I shared on my Instagram last week. I let my emotions get the best of me," Zegler wrote on Instagram. "Hatred and anger have caused us to move further and further away."
You know, I think I should look into Instagram and open up one of those as well so I could share all my shit on there as well.
"From the peace and understanding. And I am so sorry I contributed to the negative discourse." She continued, This week has been emotional for so many of us, but I firmly believe that everyone has the right to their opinion, even when it differs from my own. I am committed to contributing positively towards a better tomorrow. Are you buying this?
Not at all.
No, I'm just wondering what is her definition of better tomorrow.
Maybe communism.
Maybe since she say bad things about Trump voters, so
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Trump voter, and apparently Rachel Zegler doesn't want us to know peace. I want peace, but I'm not going to let this 23, 24-year-old hurt my feelings.
I wonder, have she read, watch what is going on around the world? I mean...
Well, she supports terrorists, you know.
Yeah, if she supports terrorists, that's not peace.
Yeah.
That's war.
Yeah.
I mean, does she what is her definition of peace, really?
Who knows? Maybe she doesn't believe in any of the stuff she's actually putting out there. You know, she's so young, and when you're that young, you probably just blurt out a whole bunch of things. I mean, she's probably just falling in line with these other crazy leftists in Hollywood. Like their opinion actually means something. Have you actually heard about all these people, Hollywood celebrities and everybody, or people in the mainstream media are now leaving X? Because of the election, they put out these posts like people actually really care. Nobody cares. You want to leave X and go somewhere else? Fine, bye. Nobody cares. A lot of people on the left has been putting that out there. I don't know if she's on X. Have no idea. I really don't care.
You know, one thing about them living X,
yeah,
I don't think it will have much impact.
No, it's not going to have any impact at all. I mean, for one thing, even though I'm on X, the percentage of the population that's probably actually on X is minuscule. Very, very minuscule. Not many people overall are on X. And these people just losing their minds over Donald Trump. She doesn't believe this stuff. She clearly got marching orders from the Walt Disney Company to shut her mouth. I mean, a lot of people in Hollywood are just like her. We know that. But she really doesn't have much of a career track record so far. She's very young. And Disney has been losing money on like pretty much every movie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Disney has had a rough go at it at the box office. I mean, the Marvels, lowest grossing MCU movie ever. The Snow White movie is going to bomb big time. I'm wondering what the budget is on this movie. Because, you know, they had delays and stuff from the strike and everything. I'm willing to bet they spent a whole bunch of money on this movie.
One thing is she has what she said about Trump supporter, and that's really, she's not in the right mind.
Yeah,
I should say.
Yeah,
and people are not going to see her movie.
No, nobody's been watching her movies in a very young career. So,
and I really don't. I mean, we don't know her.
No.
She's just a celebrity, but
I don't think she's not even a bit celebrity.
Yes.
we know her for the wrong reasons.
Yes. And when she apologized, I think it's
fake.
Yeah, it's not sincere. Maybe it is, but for me, I don't really trust her.
Yeah. Especially, considering that over half of the country voted for Donald Trump. He won the popular vote. And now she's attacking over half of the people that could actually go and watch her movie.
Yeah, I just don't trust what she said.
Me
It's
neither.
just like, even like if you met a stranger, okay, like for example, I met a stranger and suddenly a stranger laughed at me because I wear glasses, and that's not real cool because most people wear glasses, and if they don't wear glasses,
A
they
lot of
wear
people
contact lens.
I wear contacts. I can't see.
Well, you do wear glasses at home.
Yeah.
But anyway, if a stranger laughed at me and I don't know the person, and then suddenly, you know, he or she feel guilty and say sorry to me, I mean, I would say okay, but I would not be his or her friend or really talk to him or her.
Yeah. So there you have it, man. That is Rachel Zegler coming out with a fake apology because she got those marching orders from the Mouse House. Gonna leave right there, guys. We'll be back on Monday with another video. Till then, be safe.
Goodbye.
Once again, we're going to share this one. As you can see, Rachel Zegler just put her foot in her mouth. And yeah, so everything keeps happening that way. All right, go ahead, close that. So there's the apology one. Wow, just look at how many there are. Open a new tab. I mean, that's how much people are getting into this.
Well, guys, I do believe that this is kind of a make or break for Rachel Zegler when it comes to this Snow White movie. This is probably going to be the most high profile movie of her young career. She's only 23 years old. But when it comes to Snow White, that 1930s classic is a classic. She went out there. She attacked the movie. She is super duper woke. And none of her movies up to this point have been successful. But folks, is this the end of Rachel Zegler already? It's possible. Remember Bob Iger talking to investors, talking about what was actually on the slate, failed to actually mention Snow White twice?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this movie's supposed to come out when next March or May?
I think in March.
Yeah. And I believe it's going to lose a ton of money. It's going to be an epic disaster. Right now, that new trailer that came out a few days ago, it has over 500,000 dislikes. The teaser trailer has 1.4 million dislikes or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
It's looking bad. And the direction of this movie now, this isn't all on Rachel Zegler. You know, it's the writers, directing, all the other stuff. But she is so unlikable at this point. She's destroying this movie. Is Hollywood about to turn their backs on her? That's the question.
Wow.
What do you think it is? Could this be the beginning of the end?
It's already been the end for her.
Because not everybody in Hollywood actually has a long career.
No, but I don't think her career might not be over. You know that we did a video where Marvel wants her to be.
Yeah, that's a rumor, but that's nothing confirmed with that. I remember Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines. Nick Stahl played John Connor. His career flamed out pretty fast. Now, of course, he had drug problems and stuff like that. Eddie Furlong, Terminator 2. Of course, he was
I'll be right
child
back.
actor.
You get to watch this.
His career flamed out, but he had issues.
Back.
But with her, man, she's making movies that people don't like.
No, but I think maybe someone will hire her to, what's her name? The Marvel Captain.
Oh, Brie Larson.
Well, she's doing advertising on cars.
Yeah, but that was mainly because of the whole Captain Marvel thing. But after that, the Marvels movie Flamed Out, I really haven't seen much from Brie Larson. Now, she's not a movie star either. I mean, people know her for Captain Marvel, and that's pretty much about it. I don't believe that Brie Larson has a bright future, even though I would actually say she probably has more of a future than Rachel Zegler. That's saying a lot, man, because it seems like Brie Larson is actually more likable than Rachel Zegler. Never thought I would actually be saying that.
Do you think that people in the long run will forgive her? Or
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think eventually, like in Hollywood, man, if you start doing too much damage, you can actually flame out. Now, of course, there's some left-wing lunatics out there, but there is a line that can get crossed where Hollywood actors have actually had their careers destroyed because they were so loony. It's happened. But look here. Check this out. It says here, Bob Iger may be looking to trash Rachel Zegler in her career in order to get away from the controversy of sliming Walt's original film. This is what Variety put out. Now, Variety, man, definitely a left-wing platform. It says this, but one upcoming release, March's live-action Snow White, so it actually comes out in March, has been dogged by expensive reshoots and controversies related to star Rachel Zegler's social media posts. The actress declined to take down a tweet thread that promoted the $240 million movie with a Free Palestine postscript, but did apologize for a, I guess that's F Donald Trump and May Trump supporters never know peace Instagram post. Wading into divisive issues, as Zegler has done, isn't part of Disney's new playbook. That is from Variety right there. And I believe this whole Free Palestine thing, that's not going to play very well because, Israel is actually fighting terrorists over there. So not a good look for her.
But if she, in the long run, she take the red pill and she genuinely feel guilty or feel sorry, do you think people will see her movie if she has a movie?
Well,
coming?
If you're talking about that, you're talking about many, many years down the road. And by that time, she could actually be irrelevant. I mean, she's 23. I mean, if she's going to get red pill, I don't think so. I think she is just too much of a lunatic to get red pill. So I don't see her getting red pilled anytime soon. But it's going to be interesting to see how much money this movie is going to lose, because I truly do believe this movie is going to lose money.
Yes.
And they're talking about the reshoots here. I mean, this movie is, what did they say, $240 million? I believe it's probably over $300 million with reshoots and stuff like that. And it's gonna be bad.
Yes. I think some people will still go and see the movie because there's some people who like her, I guess.
I don't think there's many people that like her, but I do believe there's people that's going to see it, probably just see how bad it is. She has no fans. Think of this. She has no fans. She is not a movie star. Overall, many people still don't know her, but people that's actually heard those comments have definitely been turned off by what she said. So I don't think the future's not looking bright for her. It's looking really bad. I mean, she is just so deranged. I mean, wading into the election, talking about F Trump supporters and all that, may they never know peace when he got the majority of the vote too. Yeah, you turn off a whole bunch of people. So she's in a bit trouble.
Does she really know that outside of America,
I don't think
they
she
also
cares.
have
She doesn't care.
people who watch the movie?
Yeah, but she doesn't care. She would much rather be a victim. That's what she cares about. So there you have it, guys. What do you guys think it is here? Is this the beginning of the end for Rachel Zegler? it's possible, man, because I do believe one of the major reasons why this movie could actually lose a bunch of money is because of her and the perception that people have of her as a person. Gonna leave right there, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with another video. Till then, be safe.
Goodbye.
Wow. I Okay, anyway, we're gonna give him a thumbs up and we're gonna post. And yeah. So that was that one, right? So now we're gonna do this one. Wait, hold on. Was that one? Yeah, that was that one. Now we're gonna do this one. Tab.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back together here with another video, and boy, this new Snow White movie is not even really completed. There hasn't been a trailer, but we know that this movie is going to fail epically because of the star of the movie, Rachel Zegler, and her comments. Now, one thing we need to mention, all those video clips out there, these comments actually happened like a year ago, because you guys know that the writer's strike and the actor's strike is actually going on right now. And one of the stipulations is when you're a part of these unions, you can't even talk about the movies you're actually going to be in. So she is catching a whole bunch of heat, man. And she's did it to herself. She's went out there, trashed the original movie, and kind of threw the one of the male co-stars under the bus that's actually going to be in this movie. There's going to be no Prince. It's going to be nothing like the 1937 classic. She's doing a whole bunch of damage to this movie, and I believe the movie is going to bomb. If you guys thought that Brie Larson was hated by the fans, I think Rachel Zegler is probably right up there, if not worse at this point. This thing is going to be a disaster, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of Rachel Zegler? I never actually saw anything she was in. I didn't have any opinion of her before I heard about this movie, but her comments, man, lets me know this movie is going to be super duper woke, and she seems to be like a woke activist actress out there. You put those two together, it sounds like a recipe for disaster. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, look here. Branding experts warn Rachel Zegler backlash could ruin Disney's big-budget Snow White remake and predict executives will be having crisis talks in order to win back fans ahead of 2024.
See that? They were trying to get back the crisis talks back in 2024. And guess what? I mean, 2023, yeah, ahead of 2024. And then Rachel Zegler just blows everything out of the water once again. And Disney's like, we were so close to getting this movie out. And she did it again.
Newsflash, I don't think that's going to work.
What?
They're not going to win back any fans. Look at the track record of Disney. They have just consistently spit in your face. So why should anybody believe that Disney is actually going to try to win back fans? What project have they actually put out where they say, you know what, we messed up, we need to go out there and win back the fans? What happened with that Obi-Wan show? They went out there and called fans racist because they didn't like Reva.
So you think it will be the same where like no one likes the movie and, you know, the actor and actress will call the fan?
Now, Disney will come out and call the fans racist for criticizing this movie because Rachel Zegler is a quote unquote minority, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, they're going to double down. They're just going to call the fans racist. This movie's going to bomb because she's made herself so unlikable. Why would you actually go out and trash the original movie? Now, all these other new woke Disney projects out there, for the most part, they haven't actually went out there and trash, you know, like when it comes to Star Wars, you really haven't heard too many of the people go out there and trash the George Lucas movies. This woman here is actively going out and trashing the 1937 classic, calling the prince a stalker. That's not good right there.
No, the bad thing is like, I mean, she encouraged people to see it, the young people. It's kind of not cool.
Yeah, I guess she wants people to see her movie, but people that probably never saw the classic movie, she's turning them off from that. But people that have seen the 1937 classic are going to be like, wait a minute, hold on. How dare you disrespect the original movie? Because like I said before, this is only Snow White in name only. And I'm pretty sure that Disney may be panicking, but they're not going to do anything about it. They're not. And I believe the box office results will show that she's done so much damage to this movie. But Disney also. Look at the quote unquote 7 dwarves or magical creatures or whatever. They don't look anything like what's in a cartoon.
No.
Look here. Rachel Zegler's comments about the upcoming live-action Snow White remake could have a huge impact on ticket sales. You think? Branding experts have warned. The 22-year-old actress has received plenty of backlash after she admitted she hated the original 1937 movie and branded the storyline weird while referring to the prince character as a stalker, which we just talked about. But now this expert here is saying that Disney's going to be panicking and they're going to have to do some damage control. And that's her right there is Snow White right there. Wow. Man, this thing is going to bomb right here. And this is what Snow White looks like in the 1937 classic right there. But here we go. Speaking to DailyMail.com, branding expert Carla Speed said, quote, while it's been clear that the original Disney princess films hold old values, Disney have fallen for the trap of going to the opposite extreme to inflict strong and loaded messaging on the viewers, believing that's empowerment. There was a time when Disney actors were media trained and were thoughtful about the impact of their words while sticking to key messaging about the films. But it seems with this total rewrite of Snow White, picturing her as a boss girl has gone to the heads of the stars. Disney will need to be careful with how they have portrayed Snow White and what they do and don't allow their actors to say about it going forward. They simply cannot repeat the same mistakes and allow their actors to be so vocal in their own personal opinions during promotions. It can have a huge impact on ticket sales, especially with the amount of negative backlash so early in the promo trail. Carla continued, they need to get the key messaging and strong selling point into a brief for the cast of the film and ensure they stick to it. If they don't, it's a disaster waiting to happen and the backlash will keep growing. His possibly a good idea to get Rachel to clarify what she meant and highlight it was her own personal opinion, not a slight on women, she advised. But the thing is, though, she's already come out and said, no prince. She's not going to be saved by the prince. No true love, any of that stuff. She has laid it out. She's told you the story of this movie without you even having to watch it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so I don't know what they're talking about right here, saying that Disney's going to have to control the narrative. They can't. The star of the movie has already told you that the old movie's outdated and they changed it up. She's already told you that. There's no clarification needed, you know? Let's see here. She continues on. They should highlight the important message that it's okay to be who you want to be. After all, Disney has been famously telling us that they're the place where dreams do come true, and have never actually defined what those dreams should be. Neither should their actors. PR expert Nick Eddy agrees and told DailyMail.com that perhaps Rachel isn't the best person to promote the film, despite playing the main character. But she's the main character. You expect the main character to go out there and speak. But what she's doing is she's pushing a woke agenda, which is the theme of this movie. It's just that simple. So what do you think it is here?
I just think she's pushing the woman empowerment. And, I mean, does she think that, like, I mean, because, like, okay, when you talk about Snow White, okay, and even though, like, is, you know, old movie, I mean, but, like, people around the world, they, you know, saw it, and, you know, where, I mean, when you kind of, you know, talk things like that, like, you know, just this movie is totally different, you know, from the classic one.
Yeah.
Then it's kind of a turn off. And the thing is, when she's pushing her political agenda, like the feminist ideology or something.
Yeah. Well, it's not just her. Remember, she didn't write this.
No.
She's telling us what Disney is pushing out there.
Yeah.
And she's on board with it.
It just really, you know, as a woman, just like not all women are up to, you know, agree with the woman empowerment.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, like some women will agree because of the, you know, their bad experience or something.
But you know, you want to know what women empowerment is in Hollywood? It means put the man down. Put the man down. So to them, women empowerment is you got to have a weak man. You can't have a strong man and a strong woman. Oh, no. They cannot make men strong. They consider that to be female empowerment by keeping a man weak. To me, that's kind of undermining, you know, women, if you ask me. I mean, do you have to be a strong woman only if the man is weak?
No. I mean, you can be a strong woman without, you know, putting, you know, the man's down, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for different kind of women, like strong women or just, you know, stay-at-home woman or, you know.
Yeah.
Or be a mother or just, you know, just either have, you know, just be a wife or I'd be a wife and mother. It doesn't really matter for me. And I mean, strong woman, yeah. I mean, because, you know, in my opinion, in today's society where, you know, sometimes it's kind of hard for women to stay home and not work because like the economy and stuff, and like the woman, if they go out and work and have an education, that's cool. That's fine. I mean, for me, because, women can help their, husband or their loved one.
Yeah.
Like if, their husband, or, their boyfriends got laid off and stuff, and, where she can help, be, his backbone.
Yeah. Yeah. Now look here. This is where they get into Disney panicking and having crisis thoughts. It says here, quote, Rachel is a big name star playing one of the world's most famous fairy tale characters, immortalized by Disney. She's not a big name star. I never heard of this girl before this, but anyway. But instead of taking the lead of the Little Mermaid's Halle Bailey and embracing the role, Halle Bailey came out and said, yeah, she loved the original. Rachel has aptly chosen to spoil the narrative and express the new direction she has taken Snow White in, Nick claimed. This is by no means a wrong move, and Snow White and other stories, if they were written today, would have very different nuances and narratives, but the fact that she's actively being negative about the source material and laughing off the old Disney film and the fairy tale makes her look too eager to show off the new version and shows little or no respect for the previous version and other iterations. I'm sure Disney executives must be having crisis thoughts and thinking perhaps their new Snow White isn't the best person to promote the film and ensure it is a box office success. This thing's going to flop. It's going to flop. The film is due out in 2024 with the negative narrative that's now surrounding it. They will find it hard to create a magical and positive hype, which they ultimately were looking to get having Rachel appear on red carpets. The negative press may entice people to see what all the fuss is about, but unlike the recent Barbie movie, which features brilliant feminist and empowering messages, which we only discovered upon viewing, it feels like the cat has been let out the bag, and we already have an opinion of the film thanks to Rachel's narrative. Yep. She's the only one that's really kind of been going out there and speaking about this, and she's a star. So everybody, man, I can't find one single person that is like what she said about this.
If she doesn't like the classic one, I mean, I'm just wondering why she wants to, play Snow White.
Good question. I don't know. I'm not saying that you have to like the old movie.
No,
but you don't have to come out and trash it. Talking about, oh, it's outdated. The prince is he's creepy, stalker, all of those.
Yeah, it seems like she wants to remake Snow White.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, I don't know.
No, it just seems like she wants to, upgrade Snow White or something like that.
Yeah. Every time you hear this phrase, we're making it for a modern audience, that means it's going to be a disaster. It's going to fail. I believe that Disney shouldn't be doing any of these live action remakes. No. Because for the most part, they just bomb. And now you got this young girl here with a big mouth destroying this movie for 2024. Big time. And I'm pretty sure that Disney's going to come out and call the fans racist. And that crisis meeting ain't going to mean a thing. I think that's going to wrap it up. We had a lot to say about this one, huh? Mm-hmm. Boy, this is going to be bad. It's going to be bad. But that's going to wrap it up, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with another video. Until then, be safe.
Goodbye.
Wow, I'm falling asleep listening to this stuff. Was it this one or no? It was that one, right? Yeah. This is how bad it is. I mean, I've been on this for like, what, 3 days?
Well, guys, yet again, Rachel Zegler has a flop.
Well,
now, I didn't even know about this movie. It's called Y2K.
Neither did I.
It just came out and it's a disaster.
I heard about
Right
it.
now,
after
it's
it
sitting
became
at
a disaster.
44% on Rotten Tomatoes, 52% with the audience. Nobody is liking this movie, and it bombed at the box office. I'm not surprised. I told you guys that Rachel Zegler is not a movie star. She is yet to have a hit movie, and that Snow White movie ain't looking good either. So this movie only made $2 million on the opening weekend. This movie cost $15 million to make, which probably is going to need $20 million just to add $20 million on marketing, I'm assuming. So like $20 million that are all in on, which means that this movie probably needs $40 million to break even. It's going to lose money. What are your thoughts?
Well, I haven't seen this movie.
Nobody's seen this movie.
It's probably not the type of movie I will watch. But I think, do you think it's bomb is because of her, what she say about
Well, honestly, I'm not even sure if it was just what she said. I don't think many people even knew about this movie.
Or is it the bad writing about the movie?
It could be all that other stuff. Like I said, I haven't seen this movie, but apparently nobody likes this movie. This is a small budget movie. And just because it's a small budget movie doesn't mean that people won't see it. Remember, Sound of Freedom, I believe, had a similar budget. It was like $15 million or so. And we know that movie made a ton of money.
Yeah, for me, I liked the movie, but I also liked the main character.
Yeah, Jim Caviezel. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But this movie right here, I mean, but also with Sound of Freedom, there was actually stories out about the movie. Yeah. But this movie right here, she doesn't move the needle. She's Rachel Zegler. Okay. She is not a movie star. She's not a big movie star. A big movie star could actually, move the needle on movies, but with her, not so much. And I don't think any movie she's actually been in has made any money. I mean, they're trying to prop her up, it's this Netspit thing, but that's not her. She's probably just not a good actress.
Yeah, and probably the movie she's in is not good. Well, even though she's in Snow White, the thing is, what she said, it really turned the audience off.
Yeah.
Plus, during the election, and when she talked about Trump supporter and voter, that's really, really not good.
Yeah, I do believe they mentioned something about that Snow White trailer. Yeah, they say right now it has 702,000 dislikes to only 27,000 likes. So this trailer is still getting ratioed big time. And I think the Snow White movie is going to be the most well-known movie that she's been in so far. And that's going to be an epic disaster. Actually, I have a screenshot right here. Yeah. 702,000 dislikes to 27,000 likes on YouTube. The newest trailer. That's got to be one of the biggest ratios I've seen. And we know the first teaser trailer got like 1.4 million downvotes or something like that. Yeah, it's bad. She's not a movie star. Nobody likes her. Hollywood executives probably just tolerate her so far, but they have to hear the noise that nobody actually likes her. Nobody cares about her movies.
Well, when also that we did a video about Bob Iger didn't mention about the Snow White movie.
Yeah. He did not mention the Snow White movie, even though it's actually coming out. And we got the trailer, but this Y2K movie, boy, it's not looking good. $2.1 million on opening weekend. And we know that the revenue is only going to go down from there. So this movie is definitely going to lose a lot of money. I mean, they're probably going to end up pulling this movie here pretty soon.
Oh, I seen some of it, like the trailer. Man, it was bad, like really bad. And I see Rachel Zegler's acting, and it was bad. Like I was thinking it was a older movie, and it turned out it came out not too long ago, and I'm like, wow, she's horrible. She's like a brand new actress on her first friggin' acting job. That's how it looked to me. It looked totally unprofessional as fuck.
It's not going to grow over time. I mean, they may cap out, I'm just guessing here, $9 million, maybe total, maybe. I don't know. This is not good, man. And I can't wait to see the drop off, because if this actually has a massive drop off, I mean, if we're talking about like 60+%, since people don't like it, I mean, this movie could probably end up just making $800,000 by the next weekend, which would be disaster. Which means I was being generous to $9 million, probably more like 5 million, maybe 6.
Okay, so if this movie is continued to bomb, do you think Marvel will still use her to?
Hey, I can see them still doing that. I mean, Hollywood doesn't learn anything. I mean, that's not going to really, I wouldn't say they're not going to use her, but they have to know that she is not a draw. She's not a movie star. She did nothing with Hunger Games. She did nothing with West Side Story. And she's tanking this this Snow White movie before it even comes out. I mean, she's not a draw. They know that. But Hollywood is still in this woke place where they think they need, quote unquote, people of color to lead the way, even if you actually have no talent. Yeah. So Rachel Zegler seems to have no talent, but she's definitely good at losing money on movies.
No, she's not.
Do you think if she trying to make again big on her name, do you think
she doesn't have a big name?
No, she now doesn't. But if she wants to be, and if she try to work on herself again, do you think she will come back?
No. She's almost hit rock bottom now. Once that Snow White movie bombs, and we see how much money that movie loses, I think it's going to be game over for her. I mean, she may star in like little supporting roles from now on. She's definitely not going to be a lead. I mean, she has turned off so many people. People have had it with her. So there you have it, guys.
Done.
What do you guys think it is here? Y2K bombs with the quote unquote new star in Hollywood, Rachel Zegler. She's not a movie star. She is just a name. And of course, the media wants to really try and push her as the next thing. She's just not. Gonna leave it right there, guys. We'll be back tomorrow on another video. Till then, be safe.
Goodbye.
What happened? Why didn't it post it? Huh. I post. I know I hit post. Okay, it did post it. Huh. Why don't I see it? My gosh. Oh, that is pretty. Well, I don't want the music, but where's the mute button? There it is. Look at that. That's pretty. Hold on. Let's put this to full screen real quick. Whoa, that's too big. Oh, but what? Are you kidding me? It looks like it has running water. What? Hold on. Pop out. Nope. I mean, look at that. The water is moving on it. What the hell? That is cool as fuck. Oh, this is getting forward. That is awesome. Oh shit. Yeah. Holy shit. Gotta open this. Open a new tab. No. No. Oh, that's not what I want. None of this. Where's that table? Oh. Where's the table? Where's the table? Where's the table? Fuck. Ugh. Copy. Guess we'll give it a shot. See, paste and go. There it is. Alright. So, pull this one off. That's what I want. And go ahead, click this one. I already posted it. Acting pretty weird. We're gonna pick up another one. Was it this one that we just listened to? I think so. Yeah, we'll go ahead and open this one. You know what? I don't think it's this one. No, we'll go with this one that I just opened. I'll be right back.
Well, guys, look what actually dropped on YouTube. Kind of surprised by this. I didn't think they were actually going to do it. Now, what was it? A couple of weeks ago, we talked about the Snow White trailer getting released in a movie theater, and it wasn't on YouTube. Guess what happened today? The Snow White trailer is on YouTube, and it's getting destroyed. I believe it's the same trailer that was in the movie theater. Look at this thing. It has 10,000 thumbs up to 94,000 dislikes. It's been viewed over 1.1 million times. I think this movie is going to fail badly. This movie is going to lose so much money that I don't know what Disney's going to do about this thing. It's a disaster. Rachel Zegler is not liked, and this trailer was bad. Just straight up bad. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not really into the trailer. I am interested with the Evil Queen.
Think of this here. The Evil Queen is supposed to be jealous of Snow White's looks, right?
Yeah, but it seems like she's not jealous.
Well, Gal Gadot is beautiful.
Yes.
Rachel Zegler, not so much. So they probably made a mistake by actually putting Gal Gadot as the evil queen when she's light years more beautiful than Rachel Zegler. I think people are actually bringing that up too. Oh boy, this is the comment section is pretty brutal right here. Look at this one here. It says Disney relive the classic story. Also, Disney changes the classic story. Definitely because it seems like Snow White is going to be rescuing the prince.
That is not right.
Yeah, definitely not right. Now this one here, I saw this one earlier here, this comment here. I got a feeling that this movie gonna have more comments on YouTube than tickets sold. Yeah, I think so too. Right now, this thing is just over 6,900 comments And boy, man.
If they are going to, make a movie,
Okay, sorry about
like
that.
a girl is
I was showing my wife
rescuing the man who is a prince, why they don't just make another movie that is completely different from Snow White?
Well, they have to make this Snow White movie for a quote unquote modern audience, which is failed every single time.
That's because their modern audience is not there that they're looking for. Okay? It's actually just everybody believes that this woke shit was bullshit to begin with. But they're like, it doesn't hurt anybody. Just let it go. Ignore it. It'll go away. The problem is it didn't go away. In fact, it got worse. Now it's at the point where they're like, nope, not anymore. We let you do your dumb shit for long enough. Knock it off. Leave us alone. Go back to the way you were, because that was 100% better. Stop trying to force people to see something that's not there. Stop creating more divide, more division in the United States. Stop telling these little girls lies. Because this is what's happening. They get lied to, and they think they can do anything they want.
But they should know if it's a classic movie, it should stay classic.
Exactly. I mean, don't change the major theme of the movie. But of course, they have went out there and they have done this. And I can already tell you, I believe this movie is probably going to lose $300 million probably.
Do you think if she, the one who plays Snow White,
Rachel Zegler,
doesn't didn't say anything about changing or anything, didn't say about
Trump supporters and stuff?
Yeah, Trump supporter. Do you think people will still go to see the movie?
Yes.
Not necessarily. I mean, but I do believe
a lot more would have gone. Excuse me. I believe a lot more people would have gone on that note because they wouldn't have known. Or which one did like? Oh, that one. Nice. Yeah, I believe that just because they didn't know any better, they would have gone.
I believe Rachel Zegler has done immense damage. I mean, that's not going to make the movie good.
No.
I'm anticipating that this movie won't be good.
No, but do you think people will like her more if she doesn't have that kind of comment?
Yeah, well, if she didn't have the attitude that she has, I'm pretty sure that she would be much more likable. But the thing is, she is who she is, and people don't like her. She's not a movie star. I mean, it definitely seems like Disney is trying to turn her into someone that she's not. They're trying to make her more important than what she is in reality. I mean, if she's walking down the street, nobody would actually care about her. I mean, she's getting crucified. She has not had a hit movie. I mean, she ruined West Side Story. Nobody watched West Side Story. What was the other movie she was in? Hunger Games. That was a disaster too.
Yeah, she's not the first lady.
Yeah, now they're talking about putting her in an unnamed Marvel project. I don't know if that's real. We talked about that.
I mean, for saying the truth, she is not bad looking. I mean, I do like the one who played her.
Gal Gadot, yeah.
Yes, but she is not bad looking. I'm just saying.
But also, she don't look like Snow White either.
No, but I'm just saying that if she doesn't make those comments with her attitude problem, I would probably like her better.
Well, I think a lot of people would like her if she didn't have that attitude problem, but that is who she is. She has created this mess right here, and the more she opens up her mouth, the shorter her career is going to be. Because in Hollywood, you can only lose money on movies for so long and then your career's over with. I don't care about all the wokeness with her, the social justice warrior stuff. If she's not bringing in money, then eventually studios aren't going to want to have anything to do with her. And Rachel Zegler, so far, I know she's young still. How old is she? 24 or something like that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Eventually, you're going to have to start making the studios money, or else your career is over with. And Rachel Zegler seems to want to virtue signal and all these different things. She definitely seems to love terrorists, by the way. I mean, this young lady is nuts. Completely nuts. I'm not a fan of hers. Never seen a movie of hers, and I have no plans to actually see any movies, by the way. I mean, this young lady is nuts. Completely nuts. I'm not a fan of hers. Never seen a movie of hers, and I have no plans to actually see any movie of hers, especially this one. If you want to watch a Snow White movie, go and watch the original. That's what you need to do.
I mean, the first comment, the comment about her on Snow White is pretty much not good at all, but she have to put Trump supporter and voter.
Yeah.
And does she knows that there are people outside of America who support Trump?
Yeah, a lot of people, and just when it comes to this election, Trump had the popular vote. So the people were on his side. And Rachel Zegler went out there and attacked basically over half of the country right there. That's not good.
No.
That is not good.
Because I saw one video, it just popped up on my mobile phone. And, well,
she attacked, like, the world with just that one statement, okay? Just that one statement, she ended up attacking the world.
Well, the guy was saying that he showed a video where a clip where in Japan there's Japanese who support Trump.
Yeah. I mean, there's Trump supporters all over the planet, really.
And it seems like it's very, what she says is just attacking not just the Americans, but people outside.
Yeah, but even more than that, she attacked the original classic and called it weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. Can't do that. So there you have it, guys. This trailer is getting demolished. 94,000 thumbs down to 10,000 thumbs up. Not good. Gonna leave it right there, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with another video. Till then, be safe.
Goodbye.
All right, folks. You've seen it. I think I already put it out. Whoa. No. There's even more? I mean, come on. Hold on, let me refresh. No. Let's finish these up. But we're not going to follow him anymore on his. I mean, I already did. Okay, yeah, we're gonna listen to it. Great. There's only there might be more than 3 left. We'll find out. Let's find out. I knew it. I didn't watch this one. We'll share it right now. This way I don't have to do it later. Oh, this one's funny. Like I said, that is hilarious. Oh, that is hilarious. Get the scream right there at the end. Okay, that was a good.
Well, everybody, this kind of caught me by surprise. I did not know that Disney had released a sneak peek of the, well, it's a little bit of a kind of a trailer, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
It's really Rachel Zegler singing in the Snow White movie. And boy, it is getting destroyed. Now, we just watched this clip of the, what do they call it? Disney Snow White Waiting on a Wish special look. It's Rachel Zegler singing, and got to be honest, the singing is fine. But the damage is done. We all know why this little clip is getting destroyed. It is Rachel Zegler in her big mouth, not a singing voice, but her big mouth on other stuff like disrespecting what came before, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on this special look here?
I agree with you. She can sing. Her voice is not bad singing. It does move me a little bit. But when she starts saying where the phrase,
the woman I meant to be, or the girl I meant to be.
Yeah, it reminds me of what she told Hollywood.
I was thinking that too, by the way. And people are not liking this little sneak peek. Now, I believe this actually came out. No, this actually came out today. Now, when they actually wrote this article here, the like to dislike ratio, it had 16,000 dislikes to 2,900 likes. It's gotten worse. It's now sitting at 3,000 likes to 17,000 dislikes.
Well, the main point is the last thing she said about Trump supporter, and it just really turned people off.
Yeah, turned people off already, and none of those people are actually going to go see this movie anyway because they were already turned off. This is a beloved character, a beloved story that a lot of people love. I recommend if you want to watch the real Snow White, watch the 1930s version. Nobody's going to see this. This thing is going to be an epic flop. Every single trailer that they put out has been ratioed. You know, it kind of reminds me of the Acolyte trailers.
Mm-hmm.
They were getting ratioed and it bombed. Now, there wasn't a movie, but it was definitely the worst received Star Wars product ever put out. I'm thinking this could actually be that kind of level here when you're seeing every single trailer getting ratioed.
I think it's going to be worse than that. I think it's going to be a mega flop.
And it's mainly because of her big mouth.
Yes, and she said it in this generation where people are so stressed out, and she doesn't need to add any more fuel to give people anxiety, stress, and stuff, but she did. And
well, I'm just here for the comments. This is hilarious here. Let's look at some of these comments here. Some of these actually say, like right here says, love how Gal Gadot wasn't in the clip, yet 99% of the comments are about her. Not really sure about that.
Oh, they are.
Let's be honest. There is only one star in Snow White movie, Gal Gadot. Yeah, Gal Gadot is actually a star. She's Wonder Woman. Rachel Zegler is not a star. Yeah, everybody is talking about Gal Gadot here. I just noticed that. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I know there's people are talking about the conflict between Israel and Hamas. I didn't know what's going on, but at least, what's her name? Sorry.
Gal Gadot?
Yeah, at least she didn't add more fuel or hatred toward, fan or
Gal Gadot hasn't done anything like that. But Rachel Zegler, I believe that she feels like it is her duty. It's going to actually get her more fans or anything like that. And it's not. It's not getting her more fans. She is just that despised. She's never had a hit movie. And she just had a movie, that Y2K movie, just bomb. This movie's going to bomb too. And this is probably going to be the most high profile movie that she's ever been in. And I'm wondering, did she even earn the role, really? I'm curious about that.
Yeah,
No, she didn't.
the main thing is what she said, and it's not classy. At least Gal Gadot, there's conflict, but at least she say something. But she act classy, I should say.
Yeah. And one of the things people were bringing up is that Snow White is supposed to be, the evil queen is supposed to be like jealous of her looks. Gal Gadot is the evil queen. No reason to be jealous of this person's looks, especially when you're way more beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like Disney.
Maybe they didn't think of that.
Yeah.
So, man, that's all I have to say about this. Man, this is bad news, man. Very, very bad news for this Snow White movie. Maybe they'll put up more TV spots and stuff like that. Maybe they'll put up other stuff on YouTube as well. It's going to be bad.
It is, because, and I think Bob Iger really know it. He's not really talking about this movie.
He's refusing to acknowledge this movie, really.
Yeah.
It's coming out, but it is coming out. I mean, they're not dropping these trailers for nothing, but I'm pretty sure they know that they are about to take a massive loss at the box office on this thing.
Do you think it will be worse than the Dial of Destiny?
I was thinking it's probably going to lose somewhere around the same amount of money. Dial of Destiny was very expensive. I don't know exactly how much the budget is on this movie. I'm pretty sure it's pretty expensive, though, because they had to... this movie is actually in production during the strike and everything. Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty sure that the budget is probably going to be somewhere around there. But nobody's going to show up to the box office to watch this thing. That's going to be the problem there.
I believe they were on strike after the movie had finished production, actually.
I was just wondering, will they lose more money internationally or just domestic?
Well, any movie that does well actually makes more money at the box office internationally. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to profits, it depends on the country. You know, like if you see numbers out of China actually keeps a lot of the profits, a lot of the revenue, I should actually say, from movies that are released there. Studios really want on those Chinese releases, so it makes their numbers look more inflated, but they actually make less money over there. So, but anyway, there you have it, guys. Man, this is going to be a disaster, a complete disaster, guys. Gonna leave right there, guys. We'll be back on Monday with another video. Till then, be safe.
Goodbye.
Yep. Post again. Boom. Posted. Close. Load. Wait. Oh, okay. It scared me for a second. That was this one, right? I don't remember. Let's open this in a new tab. Nope. Thumbs up. That's how you can tell if I've been on it before. The thumbs up.
Well, everybody, I believe it's safe to say that the Snow White movie is not going to do very good. But you're probably saying, tell me something I already didn't know. Well, there's been 2 trailers put out for Rachel Zegler's Snow White movie, and the first one did very, very badly. This new one right here, guys, I didn't even know this. This thing is getting ratioed into oblivion, folks. Look here. Disney Snow White trailer dislike ratio sets a shocking new record. I didn't even know this really existed. Now, it was easy to actually calculate this back before YouTube took away the dislikes, the dislike button. But luckily, we actually do have an extension now. And if you look here, only 29,000 thumbs up to 730,000 dislikes. And those dislikes are mainly because Rachel Zegler is unlikable. This is bad. But let's go ahead and look at this right here. It says Disney's Snow White trailer has set all the wrong records. The YouTube video promoting the live action remake of Disney's original animated classic has earned a record-setting dislike ratio in the wake of star Rachel Zegler's unhinged public meltdowns. This ratio eclipses those of the top 40 most disliked videos in YouTube history. Whoa! What say you about this?
Well, it's not surprising that most people do not like her. It's the way that she disrespect not just the original movie, but also after the election, what she said.
Yeah. Even if she didn't come out and say anything about the election, I believe this trailer would have got a ratio like this. I mean, she is a woke lunatic. I don't think Brie Larson could cause this type of damage. I remember when Captain Marvel was coming out, people didn't like Brie Larson, but that movie still made $1 billion. Even when Endgame came out, now people weren't watching Endgame for her, but she was in the marketing material, and the people generally overall still like Endgame. But when it comes to Rachel Zegler, no one likes anything she's put out. Nothing. She's tanking this movie badly.
Yeah, and I think she's in a whole different level than what's her name?
Brie
Larson
yeah.
said.
Yeah. I think so too. Because one thing that Brie Larson didn't do, she wasn't attacking Captain Marvel in the comic books. Now, she was attacking men and everything like that. But Rachel Zegler went after a classic movie she's supposed to be remaking. Why in the world would you actually call that movie weird, and disrespected? It is a Walt Disney classic. You are an actress in a Walt Disney movie. Why would you actually attack Disney as a brand? You really expect people to come out and watch your movie?
Yep. And I also think about what she said after the election. That's really, really hurt, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. But I believe more damage actually came from her attacking the original movie. Because I think when it comes to her politics, of course, she's a left-wing lunatic. Nobody actually puts any stock into that. But for people that love that original movie, and maybe some people are actually planning on going to see this one, when the star of the movie goes and attacks the original movie, that's a problem. And by the way, these trailers are not good. They're not good at all. I mean, they completely is changing the Snow White story, and I believe that's another major problem right there too as well.
Yes, and she come out saying in a probably arrogant, ignorant way that if nobody's, that a lot of people will come see her movie. Somehow
she's very arrogant, and actually nobody's seen her movies. We just talked about that that Y2K movie bomb. It's gonna lose millions of dollars. She has not had a hit. She's not in a position really to dictate anything. Maybe eventually she's going to come out once her career is over with. I believe her career is probably about to end fast, depending on how much money this movie actually loses right here. She's going to be screaming, oh, it's racism, it's sexism. Prepare for that card to already be played when nobody actually watches this Snow White movie. Trust and believe the racism card is going to be played.
I guess so, or maybe not. Maybe she'll
play it, I'm pretty sure. And Disney will probably do it too, because, you know, Disney's been doing this anyway for a long time.
I just kind of feel sorry for the actress who played the evil queen.
Oh, Gal Gadot?
Yeah, she's pretty nice.
People actually do like her as Wonder Woman. Now, Wonder Woman 2 was terrible, but that wasn't on her. I mean, she was still good in the role.
Yeah.
The movie was awful, though, to tell you the truth. And they had Pedro Pascal in that movie. And Pedro Pascal, he's a woke lunatic, but he's a really good actor. Mm-hmm. And the movie is just trash. I mean, she's not on the level of Gal Gadot whatsoever when it comes to acting. A lot of people don't believe that Rachel Zegler has any talent whatsoever, you know, except screaming about, you know, crazy stuff all the time.
I think if she maybe change her attitude, maybe people will like her more. It's not about her look. She's pretty, but just
nobody wants to hear woke bullshit. That's what it is. Okay? Nobody wants to hear it. I don't want to hear it, but I'm going to hear it. Because I'll show you guys all the stuff. That's why over here, I actually just typed in her last name, Zegler, and as you can see, there is a bunch of stuff just about her. She killed her career and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to go through that after this. But yeah, we'll go on to her stuff after this.
But it's never about her looks, but I'm pretty sure she's going to play that too.
Yeah, and
I mean, it's about her just being completely unlikable.
Yeah, and her acting, maybe she can work on that.
Doesn't matter. I don't believe it's going to matter even if she actually works on her acting. I mean, if people don't like her at this point, she's alienating everybody. Eventually, nobody's going to go out there and support her whatsoever. But what do you guys think of this? What do you guys make of this Snow White trailer making history? The worst dislike ratio in YouTube history. Man, this is bad. Gonna leave right there, guys. We'll be back tomorrow in another video. Until then, be safe.
Goodbye.
Okay, we'll share that on my X. So post it. Done. We'll close it. I mean, you got to be careful what you find on here. So that was this one. We're going to open this one now. Before we click on it, let's, oh my God, there's still more of her. Fuck, how many do they have?
Welcome back, everybody. We're back together here in another video, and Rachel Zegler's Hunger Games prequel is now out, and it got some bad news here. We have talked about the Marvels on its opening Thursday, right?
Oh, that's that one. Nope, we're done. We're done. It's the Hunger Games. So this is, I don't care about Hunger Games, so we'll skip that one. Let's see. Damage Control with Snow White. Let's open that one.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back together here with another video. We're going to be talking about Rachel Zegler because she has had a conversation on Variety with Halle Bailey, the star of live action Little Mermaid. And I believe that Halle Bailey comes off as much more likable than Rachel Zegler. Rachel Zegler came out and trashed the original Snow White movie from the 1930s. And people did not like that. People love their classic characters. They want them to be respected. And one thing that Halle Bailey didn't do, she didn't go out there and trash the 1989 version of The Little Mermaid. Now, Little Mermaid didn't do good, but people have not been trashing Halle Bailey for anything with the Little Mermaid. I mean, yeah, it was a race swap Little Mermaid, and we know it was a virtue signal. But Rachel Zegler now is thankful for the backlash now. Thankful. Did Disney get in her ear and tell her to shut up about this whole about the Snow White thing?
Maybe.
Yes.
They probably did. More than likely, they probably did. But let's go ahead and look at this here. It says, according to Snow White star Rachel Zegler, rather than despair at the widespread backlash to her casting as a race swap version of Disney's first canonical animated princess, the actress has learned to be thankful for the discussion as it allowed her to supposedly grow thicker skin. I don't think that she has grown thicker skin. When that movie comes out and it gets criticized, her response is going to tell us a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's easy to say right now because the movie's not out, but she has been in nothing but box office flops throughout her very, very young career.
Well, don't you think that maybe she wouldn't say anything if it's flop because she's more care about her career?
If she cared about her career, it would have been one thing. Okay, I gotta show you guys something. This is Trovo, and as you can see, I am featured on their homepage right now. So yeah, that's friggin' awesome. Okay, I can close that now. So yeah, I am featured there on their homepage, which is awesome.
Future? Or don't you think she is really feel thankful for what she had?
Well, the thing is, if she continues to have flop after flop, she won't have a career. I mean, she's getting pushed up front for these roles simply for one reason only. Her skin color. That's it.
But do you think she will not say anything nasty after the movie flop?
Nope. Because look at the studio. It's with Disney. Disney has went out there and attacked fans that has not liked their movies.
Mm-hmm.
The Obi-Wan Kenobi show, they were attacking the fans. Hey, we don't like this. What you doing? Oh, you guys are racist. So she's gonna do it, in my opinion. It says here the controversial Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes actors weighed in on the discourse surrounding her upcoming role while speaking to fellow Disney actress Halle Bailey, who earlier this year portrayed Ariel in the live-action Little Mermaid for Variety's Actors on Actors interview series. First broaching the topic following the discussion of Bailey's performance in the aforementioned remake, Zegler began the conversation by giving praise to her colleague for how there are always people who have something to say about our castings, but you prove them wrong with grace. Well, the thing is, your movie hasn't come out and you haven't shown any grace at all.
No, I think I will, believe her what she said, with grace when she apologized to Gina Carano and the other guy,
Jeremy Renner.
Yeah, that she say something nasty about that.
Yeah, she's been out there attacking other fellow actresses.
Yeah, if she apologized, then maybe I will see her differently.
Yeah, let's listen into a little bit of this here. Okay.
100%, quite literally, without the pun intended, but you blew everybody out of the water. It's an amazing feat, and I'm so impressed. And I truly think that any naysayer out there, because there are always people who have something to say.
Yeah, always.
You prove them wrong with grace.
You.
I was so inspired by the way you handled anybody who had anything bad to say about it.
Thank you.
I give you so much credit, and you and I have always been, I think, kind defenders of each other online.
Yes.
I think I would be willing to fight a little because that's who I am as a person. But yeah, there's always such chatter around it. And did you ever let it affect you at all? You definitely didn't publicly.
Yeah, I mean, we're sensitive. Yeah. We are human beings.
We're actors.
Sensitive? You don't say.
We're actors, like, hello. I get my feelings hurt if my cat doesn't want to sit next to me. Like, literally. So, of course, like, and I think that's what people don't realize a lot of the times when, you know, you're put in fortunate situations like us where you're granted great opportunities and able to be seen on massive screens. Like, it's amazing. But I think there is sort of a dissociation. People think that they start taking you away from being a real human being. Yeah. So that have feelings and react to things. So yeah, that was definitely something that I had to navigate.
I hear an echo.
But it turned out to be the most beautiful lesson to me, just to block any naysayers or negativity out. And for me, you know, I found that it helped me. I used it to my advantage, like when it came to doing like the long press days.
Okay. I'm going to stop right there. My goodness. I'm not buying into what Rachel Zegler is trying to sell. She's trying to be all nice and everything now, but...
So you think it's fake?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just trying to be nice and save face?
Yeah, I think the real Rachel Zegler was the one that was actually trashing the original Snow White. You know, calling it weird. Actually talking about the guy... What's his name? Andrew Brenna, I believe. Mm-hmm. Talking about his scenes may get cut. It's like, man, she's just so... That is Brie Larson-like right there. That is Brie Larson-like.
Oh, shit.
I mean, she's on the clock, though. She's going to have a hit.
So eventually. Don't you think... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Don't you think that, you know, they put out this kind of video just... you know, to tell people, the audience, that, you know, how hard they work and, you know, trying to basically save face to, you know, that. Don't you think she feel like remorse of what she said?
No, she doesn't feel remorse. Disney probably did have a sit down with her and say, hey, you can't be going out there and trashing our movies, our classic movies. That's a big no-no right there. I mean, you got this opportunity, and I truly do believe that she's already cost Disney probably, I don't know, $100 million at the box office on this Snow White movie. I don't think it's going to make money. It's going to bomb. I mean, a lot of that has to do with her running her mouth. And obviously changes were made because now they got the Seven Dwarves in there now. In CG. But that's going to wrap it up, guys. We'll be back on Monday with another video. Until then, be safe.
Goodbye.
All right, we're going to share this one now. I mean, all they're doing is speaking the truth. There's no way the mom's 27 and the daughter's 17. There's no way. There is no way that's real. There's another follow. Oh, shit. Not only did they do that, they also did the post. Let me see. Oh, see what post it was. Hell yeah, that's a good one right there. Yep, same post. Okay. All right, so this is the one we're doing now. Open a new tab. Okay, so we got 2 more. Hold on, before I... Oh my god, they got so many. Okay, we'll go with the one we got now.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back together here with another video, and here we are again talking about Rachel Zegler and the new woke Snow White and the 7 weirdos that's going to be coming out. Yeah, which I'm pretty sure not many people are actually going to be interested in seeing. But you guys know that Rachel Zegler actually came out and slammed the original classic movie that a lot of people like. She is not a fan of it because, you know, she says that it was what was the words that she actually used to refer to it, the original? I can't remember the exact words off the top of my head. But she wasn't a fan of the prince. She called him a stalker. That's what it was.
Yeah, stalker.
Yeah, she called the prince a stalker. And she is definitely poison, if you ask me, when it comes to Disney. I mean, she is making Brie Larson look a lot more likable by the day, because the comments she has actually made about the original movie has really, really pissed off a lot of fans of the original. Don't go out there and trash original stuff. I mean, Disney is going to go out there and give us, where's that image at? This right here. That ain't the 7 dwarves. That is the 7 weirdos right there. Doesn't resemble remotely anything like the original. Now, granted, these are stand-in actors right here because of the actor strike. But you get the point. So, but this is the new rumor right here. This is on Inside the Magic. Furious Disney done with Rachel Zegler brings back original Snow White. Now, when I see this topic right here, this headline, they're done with Rachel Zegler. I don't think they're done with Rachel Zegler, and I'm going to explain why. Because I mentioned this before. She fits very, very perfect with the Disney agenda, right?
Mm-hmm.
The woke agenda that they have been pushing. Now, this could change long term if that investor that wants to go in and get a lot of seats on the board, if he actually comes in and unwokes the company, then yeah, she could be done in the long term. But for the most part, I believe most of this movie is already made. So she's not going anywhere, right?
No, but maybe she might have a lesser role in like Disney movie, new movie or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, she's pretty young. I believe she's only like 22. And it seems like nobody likes her. Nobody likes her. I mean, she is just off the wall woke. But here's the thing. They mentioned something right here. And let me go ahead and read it. It says, Disney has finally gotten fed up with all the controversy over the upcoming remake of Snow White with Rachel Zegler, and has decided to go back to the beloved original. The Rachel Zegler live-action remake of Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, 1937, has been faced with backlash from every direction since it was first announced. Unsurprisingly, a lot of Disney fans were outraged at even the thought of remaking the very first Disney animated feature, directed by Walt himself. I did not know that was the first Disney animated feature. I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Which is widely considered one of the most influential movies of all time, and often ranked as the single greatest animated film of all time. Now, as we go down here, they mentioned something about Rachel Zegler and Disney kind of being fed up. Now, I don't necessarily agree with the way they actually spin this here. Like I said, she fits perfectly with the woke agenda over there at Disney. But it says here, the controversies have kept coming, with comments from Rachel Zegler that she had not been a fan of the original Disney Snow White as a child, being taken as criticism of it. With Greta Gerwig and Aaron Cressida, Wilson's screenplay has already decreed as a woke feminist attack on the original fairy tale. I know it's going to be woke. Now Disney has gone on the defensive and done the only thing it can, give fans the original Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs now in a pristine 4K restoration to stream directly on 4K per Variety. And this is the article right here. They're restoring the original classic, making it more pristine. It's going to look a lot better, you know, because it came out like 80 plus years ago. And it's going to be on Disney Plus.
That's how they're going to make their money. That's how they're going to make their money back. They got no choice but to fix it and upgrade the graphics.
How do you think Rachel Zegler is actually going to feel about this? You know, considering she actually slammed the original movie. Now,
who cares what she thinks? If anyone cared what she thinks, she wouldn't be in the hot water as she is now.
Disney's actually going to be re-released.
Yeah, everybody does care what she thinks because she's bad-mouthing the original.
Releasing the original movie.
I don't think she would say anything, and I mean, if she's going to say anything, there will be more like, you know, backlash.
I hope she says something. I want to hear the backlash.
No.
Well, I don't think she can actually say anything anyway right now because the actors are still on strike right now. The writers, their strike is over with, but the actors are still on strike. So I don't know exactly when this is coming out, but as of right now, I'm pretty sure she's going to remain silent because of union rules. Oh, it's right here. It's going to be on Disney Plus on October the 16th. Time for the 100th anniversary of the Walt Disney Company.
Oh,
I didn't know.
I didn't even know it came out then. When was this? When was this posted? Hold on. 1 year ago. Jeez. No wonder I didn't hear anything about it.
Oh, it's going to be 100th anniversary. Okay, so October the 16th. Today is what? The 10th. So like in less than a week, it'll be on Disney Plus. So she's definitely not going to be saying anything. But Disney knows that their bread and butter historically has always been the classics, right?
Yeah. So they're still going to.
Okay, yeah. We'll just post it and I'm done listening to this. I'm done listening to it right now. Oh, this one's another funny one that's here. Watch. They crash. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on, where's the crash? Oh, this is prior to the crash, I guess. But yeah, they crash. And they showed it with a picture of Family Guy. Oh, here it comes. Crash. The crash. The crash. This guy falls first and then they crash. Here it goes. Here we go. That was like, took forever to get to that spot. And I mean, they hit hard. We're going to repost that. Remember that one from with the Family Guy? This is what the actual video is. And it, here, let me, and right about here is where they crash. Here it goes. The way that one goose fucking hit was weird. Right here. He just like falls over. Watch. The driver's the first one to fall down. Okay, I don't know what that is.
You back up. You back up. In the balls. You back up. You back up. You back up. Throw that at me, you're gonna... In the balls. You back up. You back up.
I have no idea what this is, but it doesn't look good. We'll just get rid of that. We can also get... Okay, so this is old, so we're gonna close that. Okay. Yeah, we're done with him now. Okay, now we're gonna go here. The satisfying downfall of Rachel Zegler? Let's see.
Rachel Zegler was the epitome of a Hollywood dream come true. She went from singing on YouTube to winning awards and landing starring roles in blockbuster films. Her journey to fame felt almost magical, as if a fairy godmother had waved her wand and declared, "You shall be a star." But as any good fairy tale will tell you, there's always a twist. In Rachel's case, it wasn't an evil stepmother or a cursed spinning wheel. It was a string of controversies, social media backlash, and the ruthless public scrutiny that comes with modern stardom. From her casting as Disney's Snow White to her outspoken political stances, Zegler's journey has taken a sharp turn from glittering promise to polarizing figure. How did Hollywood's new princess find herself at the center of such a dramatic fall from grace? Let's pull back the velvet curtain on this modern cautionary tale. And don't forget to laugh along the way.
I'm a narcissist. Original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so.
Okay.
There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Yeah. Weird. And then it became like, I will elbow everyone out of the way to play the part. People will assume it's a love story just because like we cast a guy in the movie, Andrew Burnap. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
I say, if I'm gonna stand there 18 hours in a dress of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online.
And we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Rachel Zegler's rise to fame could have been ripped straight from the pages of Cinderella. Born in Hackensack, New Jersey, she grew up performing in high school musicals, belting out covers on YouTube, and dreaming big. Her raw talent caught the attention of casting directors, and in 2019, she was plucked from a pool of 30,000 hopefuls to star as Maria in Steven Spielberg's West Side Story. It's like winning the lottery, only instead of cash, you get a Golden Globe and internet trolls. Her performance was universally praised, with critics calling her a revelation. She made history as the youngest actress to win a Golden Globe for Best Actress, and her future looked brighter than a Disney fireworks display. Hollywood welcomed her with open arms, touting her as the fresh, diverse face of the industry's future. But as Rachel soon learned, fame in the digital age comes with a fine print that reads, "Proceed with caution." In 2021, Disney announced Rachel Zegler as their Snow White for a live-action remake. At first, it seemed like another chapter in her storybook rise. A Latina actress taking on the role of a beloved princess. It sounded like a progressive win for Hollywood, except not everyone saw it that way. The backlash was swift and loud. Fans of the original fairy tale argued that Snow White's defining trait, skin as white as snow, was integral to her identity. Casting Zegler, a proud Latina, felt like rewriting a core element of the character. The internet lit up with debates, memes, and arguments over whether Disney was pushing diversity for the sake of diversity. Then Rachel entered the fray. When asked about the criticism, she boldly declared, "I'm not going to bleach my skin for this role." While some applauded her confidence, others felt her comment was dismissive. Instead of diffusing the tension, it felt like she tossed a lit match into an already volatile situation. Snow White's pale complexion became the hottest topic since Prince Eric's lack of nipples in The Little Mermaid remake. If the casting backlash was a fire, Rachel's comments about the original Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs were like pouring gasoline on it, and then lighting sparklers for good measure. In a promotional interview, Zegler described the 1937 Disney classic as extremely dated, and criticized the prince's behavior, labeling it stalkerish. Her remarks were meant to hype up the remake as a modern feminist retelling, but they backfired spectacularly. Fans of the original took her words as an insult to Disney's legacy, accusing her of disrespecting a beloved film that had shaped childhoods for generations. The internet was quick to pounce. Memes flooded social media, mocking Zegler for trashing the movie she was supposed to represent. One viral post read, "If you hate Snow White so much, why not remake Frozen and rename it Chilly Independent Woman?" Suddenly, Rachel wasn't just an actress playing Snow White. She was a symbol of everything people felt was wrong with modern Hollywood. As if Snow White's complexion and the prince's kiss weren't controversial enough, the Seven Dwarfs entered the chat. In an attempt to modernize the story, Disney decided to ditch the traditional depiction of the dwarfs, opting for CGI characters instead of casting actors with dwarfism. This decision followed criticism from actor Peter Dinklage, who called the original portrayal backward. The response was a PR nightmare. While Disney intended to show sensitivity, actors with dwarfism argued that the studio had robbed them of roles. The backlash wasn't just about representation, it was about livelihoods. Although Zegler had no hand in the decision, she became the face of the controversy simply by association. Once again, the Snow White remake found itself in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. By now, Zegler's name was synonymous with Snow White's missteps, even if she wasn't directly responsible. Critics joked that the remake was cursed, and some fans suggested Disney scrap the project altogether.
What are you talking about? She was responsible. If you look back into the stuff, she actually argued to get more woke shit put into that movie.
After all, who needs dwarfs when you've got this much drama? Rachel Zegler's outspoken nature extended beyond Snow White. On social media, she frequently voiced her opinions on political and social issues, including her criticism of Donald Trump and his supporters. One particularly fiery tweet called "Trump supporters a stain on America." While many applauded her candor, others saw her comments as unnecessarily divisive, especially for someone representing the famously family-friendly Disney brand. Conservative commentator Megyn Kelly seized on the controversy, accusing Zegler of alienating Disney's core audience. In one particularly scathing rant, Kelly called her a pig and slammed Disney for supporting her while firing other actors for less controversial statements.
Picture a Broadway actress who issued a post saying, "F Biden supporters. May Biden or Kamala never have a moment's peace." That person would be fired so fast it would make your head spin. They wouldn't last one more minute in any Hollywood role. This is truly like, she has to go. I'm sorry, Disney. She has to go. And you're going to put out a Disney film with Snow White, a beloved American character, with a woman who hates more than half the country, the half that just elected Donald Trump. This is an incredible pivot point right now. We'll see which way the woke Disney decides to go.
At this point, the saga had gone from fairy tale to full-blown soap opera. As controversies mounted, the internet demanded action. The hashtag #ReplaceRachel trended on Twitter, with fans calling for Disney to recast Snow White. Some posts were serious, offering suggestions for replacements like Lily Collins. Others were downright ridiculous, suggesting animatronic princesses or a return to the animated original. For Disney, the backlash presented an impossible dilemma. Replacing Zegler would risk accusations of caving to mob outrage. Keeping her risked alienating fans and jeopardizing the film's success. It was the kind of lose-lose situation that would make even Cinderella's stepmother sympathize. In the face of relentless criticism, Rachel tried to defend herself. In interviews, she clarified that her comments about Snow White were taken out of context. She insisted that she wasn't disrespecting the original film, but trying to modernize it for today's audience. However, her statements often came across as defensive, and the public remained unconvinced. To her supporters, she was a young actress navigating an impossible situation. To her detractors, she was digging her own grave with a gold-plated shovel. Either way, the damage was done. The release of Snow White, slated for 2025, looms as a critical moment for both Rachel Zegler and Disney. If the film succeeds, it could redeem her career and quiet her critics. But if it flops, Zegler could find herself relegated to Hollywood's long list of could-have-beens. For Disney, the stakes are equally high. This isn't just about one film. It's about how the studio navigates the treacherous waters of modern controversies without alienating audiences or sacrificing its values. One thing's for sure, the road ahead is anything but smooth. Rachel Zegler's journey from rising star to polarizing figure is a modern-day cautionary tale. It's a reminder that fame is a double-edged sword, capable of elevating careers as quickly as it tears them down. Whether she's a misunderstood heroine or the architect of her own downfall depends on who you ask. One thing is certain, this saga has all the ingredients of a Hollywood blockbuster, except maybe a happy ending. So what's your take? Is Rachel Zegler unfairly targeted, or has she written herself into her own tragic script? If you guys liked today's video, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Okay, what do you guys think? Thumbs up or thumbs down? I'm going with thumbs down. You try to frame it in a way that didn't make her look so bad, which was wrong, but I'm still going to share it.
Right now, the entertainment industry is closely watching the unfolding drama surrounding Disney. The company, once the gold standard of Hollywood, finds itself in the middle of a major PR crisis. The cause? The much-anticipated Snow White 2025 remake starring Rachel Zegler. What was supposed to be Disney's next big franchise reimagining has turned into a nightmare. From casting controversies to public backlash, Snow White 2025 is quickly becoming a textbook example of how not to handle a major film project. Rachel Zegler, cast as Snow White, has faced heavy criticism due to her outspoken political views and controversial remarks. While celebrity opinions often spark debates, Zegler's comments have struck a chord with many, leading to backlash Disney likely didn't foresee when hiring her. Her political stances, vocal and sometimes abrasive, have fueled heated discussions, and her statements about Snow White 2025 have amplified the controversy even further. Initially, Disney seemed willing to overlook the controversies, assuming the film's potential would outweigh any backlash. After all, Snow White is one of Disney's most iconic characters. However, Zegler's polarizing remarks, especially about gender, race, and portraying Snow White through a woke lens, turned the press rollout into a PR disaster. Zegler's initial comments about Snow White being a progressive interpretation of the fairy tale were met with heavy criticism from fans who felt that the character, once the epitome of innocence and purity, was being reshaped for political correctness rather than artistic or narrative reasons. But it wasn't just the character of Snow White herself that caused concern. It was the actress's own behavior and public statements that fueled the fire. In particular, her frequent engagement in social media spats and scathing remarks aimed at critics only worsened the situation. The turning point came when Disney was forced to issue a public apology on behalf of Zegler after her comments sparked outrage.
Identity politics are definitely not entertaining. It's just that when they are called out on their bullshit, they get all defensive.
Across the internet. The apology, however, was a mixed message that did little to calm the public or restore the studio's reputation. Zegler's forced apology was seen as insincere by many, and her subsequent behavior only reinforced the perception that Disney had mishandled the entire situation. Fans and critics alike were questioning the wisdom of casting her in such a high-profile role, and it became increasingly clear that the fallout was only just beginning. Behind the scenes, Disney executives were scrambling to mitigate the damage. The studio had to make difficult decisions to
He does have a nice rack.
distance itself from the controversy without directly antagonizing Zegler, as they had already invested heavily in the film. However, despite their best efforts, the public backlash continued to mount. The backlash was so intense that Disney took the unprecedented step of hiding the Snow White trailer from the public. While it's not uncommon for studios to test trailers with focus groups before releasing them to the public, the fact that Disney chose to withhold the trailer for so long, especially with a major movie release looming, was a sign that they were desperately trying to control the narrative. Additionally, Disney's decision to pull Zegler from several major promotional events added another layer of intrigue to the situation. One of the most notable cancellations.
It wasn't intrigue. It was, they're like, we gotta get rid of her.
Was her planned performance at the world premiere of Snow White 2025, where she was expected to dress as Snow White and perform live. The performance, which was a key part of the marketing campaign, was meant to showcase Zegler's talents and further tie her to the film's success. But with the mounting controversy surrounding her, Disney made the difficult decision to cancel this performance altogether. It was a clear sign that the studio was attempting to minimize any further controversy associated with Zegler.
If they wanted to get rid of any controversy, they should have reshot the movie completely without her in it. And they should have stuck with the original.
The decision to pull Zegler from major public appearances didn't end there. As part of a broader effort to limit her media exposure, Disney also canceled her planned performance at the 2025 Oscars, a prestigious event that would have been a major highlight of the film's press tour. This was a crushing blow to both Zegler and the movie's marketing strategy. Her absence from such a high-profile event not only hurt her own career prospects, but also cast further doubt on Disney's ability to salvage the film. The public's perception of Zegler has continued to spiral downward. Her increasingly combative behavior in interviews and on social media has only alienated her further from the audience. Disney, realizing that Zegler's presence at major media events was becoming more of a liability than an asset, decided to pull her from nearly all interviews. This left Disney scrambling to find other ways to promote Snow White 2025 without relying on its star. The idea of her being the face...
I was saying, I got a Discord link on my channel. It should be down below. You should be able to see it and be able to come into my Discord. And yeah, we'll keep listening to this. See, they're trying to downplay the problems with Zegler in these. Some of these.
Of the movie was no longer tenable, and Disney found itself on the defensive, constantly trying to spin the narrative. As Zegler's public persona continued to deteriorate, Disney found itself facing an even more serious challenge: a deepening divide within the entertainment industry. Several studios, including...
Hold on a second, I had to turn up your volume. Alright. See if that worked. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's lighting up, so it says you should be able to hear me. Yeah, so
Blumhouse Productions decided to sever ties with her, reportedly due to her inability to maintain a professional image in such a public-facing role. Zegler's removal from a planned horror trilogy with Blumhouse was particularly damaging, signaling that the actress's recent behavior might be too much of a risk for many studios to handle. This, in turn, placed further strain on her already tumultuous relationship with
He's an
Disney.
entertainer.
The studio
Job
had
is to
already seen its
entertain,
Snow White
not be political.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, these people, they they go out there. They're thinking, I'm famous. I have say in what people think. To a point, yeah. But if you're gonna go out there and do what she did, it's the opposite.
2025 project slide into turmoil, and now Zegler's growing isolation within Hollywood was casting a dark shadow over the film's potential success. Another layer of complexity was added to the already fraught situation when reports surfaced about growing tensions between Zegler and her co-star, Gal Gadot. The two stars, both strong-willed and vocal about their differing political and social views, reportedly clashed on set. This added an additional layer of drama to the production, and with reshoots already scheduled for next month, it's unclear whether the film can recover from the toxic atmosphere that seems to have enveloped it. It's important to recognize that the situation surrounding Snow White 2025 is much more than just a casting controversy. It's a reflection of a larger ongoing tension within Hollywood, where the intersection of politics, identity, and entertainment is creating an environment that is increasingly difficult to navigate. Disney, as one of the largest and most powerful studios in the world, is
Those
caught
three
between
words
maintaining
don't belong together.
No, they don't. The only one that mattered in that sentence was entertainment.
its brand identity and appeasing a growing public demand for more socially conscious storytelling. Unfortunately for them, Snow White 2025 seems to be a case study of how that balance can be disastrously mismanaged.
You know, that's
Despite
a
attempts
lie,
to minimize
because
the
there was
damage,
no such
Snow White
demand. They've proven that.
Wait, which part was a lie? I kind of zone it out now. I've been going on for like 3 days now about this, just streaming it.
Oh, the part about the public is, yeah. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Back a little further.
Entertainment is creating an environment
I
that
had
is
to mute the
increasingly
screen so I
difficult to
could
navigate.
Freaking talk.
Disney, as one of the largest and most powerful studios in the world, is caught between maintaining its brand identity and appeasing a growing public demand
A growing public demand of what?
for more socially conscious story.
Yeah, growing public demand.
No. They want the actual story that this, not your identity fucking politics. That's the problem with Disney right now. They're going with the identity politics.
Yeah, they are the ones, the people controlling it and everything, want more socially conscious storytelling. Only thing the public wants is entertaining storytelling.
We could give a rat's ass about the identity of the characters as long as it's a new story, because then it's their identity. You know?
Yeah, it's like them getting all pissed off over Frozen not having any people of color in it. I'm like, listen here, dildo. This thing was set in like Denmark in that time period. There wasn't any people of color.
Yeah. And then, like Snow White, it was made by German writers, the Grimm brothers, 212 years ago, right? And then on top of that, they were writing a story about a duchess that lived in the 1550s, okay? That's another 300 years. So you're talking about a story that was made by a 300-year-old story about the most beautiful woman at that time.
Yeah, if you're gonna do a story about Snow White, you stick to the script, you stick to the story. Okay, if you want to make it a woke Snow White, then name it something else. They play on names all the time.
Right? But They wanted to call it Snow White.
This is just to the people who enjoyed the story originally and how it was written.
It was just a
This is
big
like
fuck you.
this is a kick. This is a kick in the face. This is a slap. Basically, it's insulting.
It really is. Anyway, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I'm going to continue this.
All right.
Telling. Unfortunately for them, Snow White 2025 seems to be a case study of how that balance can be disastrously mismanaged. Despite attempts to minimize the damage, Snow White 2025 is facing an uphill battle. The constant negative press surrounding Zegler's involvement and Disney's fumbling attempts to regain control are taking a toll on the film's credibility. Not only are the test screenings for the movie failing, but Disney's refusal to release the trailer to the public suggests that they don't have faith in the product as it stands. The continued delays and reshoots only serve to reinforce the belief that this movie is heading towards failure. Moreover, with the film now facing multiple issues behind the scenes, such as Zegler's clashes with co-stars, ongoing script revisions, and a difficult reshoot process, the prospects of a successful release are looking more and more unlikely. So what do you think? Is Snow White 2025 doomed from the start, or is there still a chance for redemption? Can Disney salvage this project, or will it forever be remembered as a cautionary tale about how to mismanage a film? I want to know your thoughts on this, so leave your comments below. If you enjoyed this in-depth analysis, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel for more content like this.
Back it.
All right, sorry it took so long. Okay, so that one's done. I'll go ahead and share that too on X.
Yeah, I was about to go back to Meddy's channel.
Ah, all right.
So now I gotta make dinner and stuff, so I'd be AFK anyway. So
Okay.
when you get done yapping about this, I don't. When I started hearing about when I heard the words come out of her own mouth about how she's gonna play the character,
Rachel Zegler is the queen.
Yeah.
My immediate thought was, well, here's one version of Snow White I am not gonna be watching.
Oh yeah, that's basically what everyone said. Nope, not watching it.
I'll make my protest with my pocketbook.
Yeah, but there's another one that should be coming out that I really want to see. It's this one here, Snow White and the Evil Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the teaser. Here, let me play this one. It looks so much better too.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is fairest
All right, I'm down.
of them all?
It is you, my queen.
Snow White.
Are you ready to discover the price for using magic?
Yet another kingdom falls to your glory. But on this day, one has come of age. Fairer even than you. She is the reason your powers wane.
Who is it?
Snow White.
She is my undoing?
She is also your salvation queen. Take her heart in your hand, and you shall never again weaken or age.
Immortality.
The evil queen. We have to stop her.
And that's the one I want to see. So everybody sees it, automatically get posted. Definitely. That's the one I want to see. I don't want to see anything else but this one. As you can see, he left the chat. I hope he watched the trailer. But yeah. That one looks good. Oh, nothing's changed. Let's see. No, I got a message. Let's see. How are you doing? What's going on? Thanks for the follow back. Okay, yeah, that one I could agree with. Thanks for the follow back. Aloha. How are you doing? How's your day going? Going. As you can see, I don't respond back to my messages here. I would read them, but that's it. I'm not really big on responding back. You know, hold on, let me check something real quick. Now this guy, he's freaking awesome. He's got 341 dislikes to 20,742 likes. But he speaks truth. That's why I like him. I'm going to share him again. I don't care if I get hate or not. What is wrong with that woman? Yeah, we're not going to go into that.
Queen of controversy. She even has articles trying to document all of her different scandals. And that doesn't even have all of them. How Disney Snow White star went from Hollywood's newest darling, the film industry's most scandal-ridden person. Rachel has gone from movie to movie, attacking the audience of each IP, always waffling about how she represents so many people.
We evolved to a place where we were properly representing the people that the story's about.
At the end of the day, this is a story of representation, and it matters.
Now it's so important that she gets the roles.
How does it...
Only to attack those same people when it turns out they can't stand her.
Do you speak the language? Does it matter?
Does it matter?
Do you eat the food? Does it matter?
There are a lot of gatekeepers to what qualifies as Latino.
I'm a Puerto Rican.
Is that okay? Representation is so important, but only to the widest definition that requires I get hired and not an inch further.
Just became a conversation about how many different ways there are to be of Latin descent. Does it matter?
All because she has never learned the one main lesson in any actor's life. You're irrelevant and don't matter.
I'm a white Latina. I hold a lot of privilege. It falls on my shoulders to open up the doors for the people who, or they're disenfranchised.
In Rachel's latest scandal, though, she decided to attack the audience again. That's always a smart idea. She decided that people that disagree with her should never know peace. Actively tell people to stop supporting a business just because she doesn't like somebody there. And despite saying, I will love for these 4 years, F you. Couldn't even keep that love going for a single sentence. This was not the end of the story for Rachel, though. Not the end of the scandal. Disney Snow White is early next year and trailers are on the horizon. That might have something to do with why Rachel Zegler decided that she needed to backtrack. Posting it to her stories, she said, "I would like to sincerely apologize for my post that I shared on Instagram last week. I let my emotions get the better of me." Really should have manned up, shouldn't you? You know, grown up into an adult and put all those childish emotions to the side. It is always good when your apology starts with, "It's not my fault, my chemicals made me do it."
Sisterhood of the Traveling Kegels?
Shh. Hatred and anger have caused us to move further and further away. No, being insufferable has caused the audience to be repelled from you. You may hate the audience, of that I'm sure. You know, all those pesky peasants down there in the muck and the filth, they just don't know what's good for them. They won't do as they're told.
You are poor, so you will like this.
There's a very common attitude in Hollywood, Rachel. I'm not surprised you've picked it up. Although, as we'll see in the rest of the video, it seems to be an attitude you've had for a long time. Away from peace and understanding. This isn't a "there's a problem on both sides" argument. You're the one with the problem. And I am sorry that I contributed to the negative You were the negative discourse.
Does it matter?
Everyone else was having a whale of a time and you're like, "I'm evil, I can't help it, I just am." You did say, may his supporters and himself never know peace. We all know what the opposite of peace is, so we all know what you're demanding, that the majority of your nation, the majority of your customer base, we all know what you wanted to happen to them. This wasn't just negative discourse. You weren't just throwing around hurty words. This has been emotional for so many of us. Yeah, you really need to grow up, don't you? But I firmly believe that everyone has the right to their opinion. This isn't much of an apology, is it, love? I think what you mean, well, no, not what you mean. I think what you should be saying, what should have been, "Oh no, you're all correct. I throw myself down on your bountiful generosity. Please, oh please, forgive me.
I'm clinically an asshole. Nothing I can do."
Hollywood is going to have to learn that they are subservient to the rest of the world. You're not above them. You're not superior. And that if you attack your customers, then you have to get down on your knees and make it lovely. Otherwise, you don't have a career, because you don't have a career without an audience. None of this was an apology. This isn't, "I shouldn't have posted it." Doesn't actually say, "I shouldn't have posted it." Doesn't say, "I was wrong." In fact, what it says is, "I apologize for the post. I let my emotions get the better of me." That's not anything in that post was wrong. That is, I should have known better than to post it. But if you don't say it's wrong, I can only assume that you mean it's correct. That the people shouldn't know peace. That they are destroying the world for your daughter because she might actually have to give birth, and that it should never have happened. That your audience are part of a deep, deep sickness in the country, because that is shown by the sheer amount of people that showed up for the man. That those people, by the weight of their majority opinion, somehow destroys the majority opinion, and that it's terrifying that the majority of your audience disagree with you. That you think it's a foolish subscription that people have to masculinity or intelligence.
Way to set feminism back a few decades.
And that despite, "I will be better, I will love F you." We've seen what your love is. I'm assuming that's going to be the same kind of love which is in your Disney princess story, given your earlier comments.
Big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her.
This
I
guy's
will
awesome.
elbow everyone out of the way to play the part. Weird. She's not going to be dreaming about true love.
Not gonna be saved by the prince.
I am committed to contributing positively towards a better tomorrow. So basically, you're just going to double down on all of the evil beliefs that you currently hold. Oh, the fairest of them all. So the best we got was this apology, non-apology, where she didn't say the other people were right. She didn't say she was wrong. She's just like, "I should have been clever enough not to post it." And it wasn't her fault. It was just down to her emotions. And the thing is, even if this was an actual apology, which I don't think this is, I still wouldn't have accepted it. I still wouldn't have believed it was real. Because everybody makes mistakes. Everyone makes genuine mistakes that they regret. And so it's completely reasonable to apologize for those
I don't
things.
think
That's
so.
not what Rachel did, though.
She's
This
a
wasn't
bobblehead.
a mistake. This wasn't out of character for Rachel. This was the norm. Posting things like this, which just attack her own audience, attack the customer base of the movies that she wants you to give her money for, is just what she does. It's what she's done her entire career.
And if you disagree with this sentiment, just hit the unfollow button. I don't need your business. Thanks.
Have a little manners here.
So
sir.
It's how she has articles like this talking about all of her scandals. Everywhere she goes, scandal follows her because she creates it. She can go out and post pictures about, I have no tears left to cry, and how it's just the internet's fault that she has to put up with. Talking about how some people out here are just being senselessly mean. It's unnecessary. I know, if you can't handle the heat and all that nonsense. And you're right. None of this is actually part of your job. People aren't senselessly mean. What they are responding to your actions and what you say. And boy, does Rachel have a past of saying things just like this. Rachel's had so many scandals, they've now gone mainstream. Even Megyn Kelly's come out and going, you have to redo your entire film again, even though it's finished. Because this woman is a pig, and you fired Gina Carano for far less than this nonsense. Even had Elon Musk agreeing with it, although he may not be the most unbiased of observers.
Hey Bob, if you're in the audience, go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
And remember, if you're mentioning Gina Carano, Rachel did get involved in her firing and started to talk about how you should love Pedro Pascal, to rub it in her face, to not make fun of linguistics.
Really? Because your birth certificate says you were born.
Don't use his dead name.
Remember, this is a person who tweeted, I hope the world becomes kinder, after one of her many scandals where people were just responding to her actions. No, I should be able to do what I want, but you shouldn't be able to respond, peasants.
A mob of revolting peasants.
That's why Gina came back when Rachel Zegler was allowed to get away with hypocrisy. The system is rigged and littered with posers, because despite her being on the picket line and preaching about how much money she deserved,
If I'm gonna stand there 18 hours in a dress, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online.
you know, wearing something a woman should be wearing, it's incredibly stressful on them. I should get paid to not look like a man. She cared so much about the writers' strike and everybody collectively arm in arm not doing any work that she sacrificed her spare time to go and work on Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Yeah, she worked through the strike as they had an interim special arrangement. All the other actors and writers, they were out on the street, banned from working. Not our Rachel, though. She's special.
My pelvic floor is all over the place.
The aristocracy doesn't need to obey the laws of mere mortals.
I deserve starvation wages.
You see, Rachel has a big ego and seems to think that she represents people. In fact, she will take on the weight, the mighty duty that she owes the peasantry, and go into Hollywood fighting for them, knocking down those doors, breaking through glass ceilings, increasing her bank balance, all for us, the plebs.
I'm a white Latina. I hold a lot of privilege. It falls on my shoulders to open up the doors for the people who, they're disenfranchised.
We first saw this egotistical god complex when it came to West Side Story. Sure, in all the marketing, she was crapping on the original movie, just like Snow White, throwing out how it was awful. It didn't represent people. It's supposed to be about Puerto Ricans. And now in this new remake, we are really representing the Puerto Rican people. The problem is that Rachel isn't Puerto Rican. She's American. Her mum's Colombian and her father's Polish. She doesn't have any ties to Puerto Rico at all, and yet, no, I'm the one that should represent you, the common plebs. Aren't you so lucky to have someone like me representing you?
Interviews and shows where the spotlight goes, pretending life is tough when I'm in fancy clothes. Cry wolf, cry wolf.
The problem was, they didn't agree.
There are a lot of gatekeepers to what qualifies as Latino.
Just became a conversation about how many different ways there are to be of Latin descent. Does it matter?
People talking about how West Side Story can't be saved. And while they may have hired a small army of Puerto Rican consultants and historians, the one thing they didn't hire was Puerto Rican main actors.
Do you speak the language? Does it matter? Does it matter? Do you eat the food? Does it matter?
People even complained about the accents because, it was just a load of people who lived in New York. Maybe that's why West Side Story ended up as a stereotype rather than an actual story, as generally seems to be the impression of Rachel Zegler. It seemed more concerned about virtue signaling, about how moral it was.
What I care about is the reality of goodness, not the perception of it.
Rather than actually being moral.
And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil.
And so when the Puerto Ricans complained that she didn't represent them and why do you keep saying you are, obviously she responded like a mature adult.
Does it matter?
As you can guess, the movie bombed, getting only $76 million with an estimated $300 million to break even. And since that point, Rachel has gone from scandal to scandal to scandal, all due largely to the same problem, her and her attitude. And I don't mean from one side of the aisle either. She's actually been attacked by everybody. When she originally came out and crapped all over Snow White, the movie that she was going to be starring in, talking about how the original was about a stalker prince, how it won't be a love story, she won't be saved by the prince, she's going to be a girl boss, because, I mean, I suppose if you lived a privileged life where you've been given everything to you on a silver platter, you probably think you're competent.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, you're so thick you don't even know that you shouldn't even attack your own audience, and you've just been falsely inflated because in Hollywood, they're obsessed with the boxes you tick.
People find comfort in boxes.
Yeah, you're one of them. That's why you kept saying this.
This is the story of representation, and it matters. Don't understand it because they made me uncomfortable.
If it makes you uncomfortable, why have you made a career out of it?
Particularly Snow White. In general, you don't normally see Snow Whites that are of Latin descent. I'm a white Latina. I hold a lot of privilege.
But you probably put it down to your own competence. It did, though, cause people to attack her as a fake feminist, because they're like, oh no, being a Disney princess is a perfectly legitimate career path. Look, if you want to be a princess, you can be a princess. We can be anything nowadays.
The biggest thing we've mounted so far. Cultural appropriation.
I'm not even joking, that's literally the thing. Some want a marriage or a family or a job, some want both. But we are to be seen and heard. Ugh. We are to be valued. Or you should write stories about all women and to pick them all as valuable and worthy. You can't just mould them into one specific image of what you deem worthy.
Females, am I right?
I do like the idea that you should see all people as... What if they aren't worthy, though? Basically just said that they can't ever be, like, villains. They can't ever be side characters. They can't ever be the points of comedy in a movie. No, they've got to be the girl boss. Ironically, by saying they have to be everything and all things and good at everything and valued for it, you've put them in exactly one role. And it's not going to be believable if we're supposed to believe they're all competent, and one of them is Rachel Zegler. I can only suspend my disbelief so far.
I love movies. I love making them, and I am a fan of movies.
And of course, as a few of the cinema-going audience might happen to have daggly bits, it's probably not the best time in the world to start tweeting out, seemingly blaming men for criticizing. You can't criticize me. I'm not an ironing board. As she shared videos of Gaga walking into bathrooms and just screaming how she hates daggly bits, and then retweeting,
my threshold for like bullshit with men is just, I don't have one anymore.
Well, I'm sure they really care about that. An insufferable cow is insufferable. How will we cope? But it's probably not the best idea for someone whose audience is mostly men to start sharing tweets about how people hate men. Whoops. But Rachel has caused so many scandals that now PR experts are coming out and going, yeah, Rachel, not the best person to promote the film, really. Especially as she's playing the main character and has actively chosen to spoil the narrative by being in it. And not the best person to market a movie is really an understatement. She's someone that makes me believe in the word toxic, because if you get a movie and then put her in it, it just poisons the rest of the film, because you will come out and attack the audience. It might be down to not believing in cause and effect, in that she thinks she manifested working on a film because she had a picture of a film in her locker in high school. You believe in things like manifestation, then why would you believe in consequences? I could just manifest another role. It's not like if I piss off the entire audience, I'll get fired, which would be what you deserve.
It's fat litter! It's a sofa parasite!
We also know that you're okay with businesses being boycotted if you don't like a person in that business, because you told everyone else to do the same thing about Elon and Twitter. So obviously you believe that if they don't like you in a movie, they shouldn't go and see the movie.
Just hit the unfollow button. I don't need your business. Thanks.
But after all, she caused all the controversy with West Side Story. She needed to manifest herself some other privileges, like going to the Oscars when you weren't invited. Most people, if they're not invited to the Oscars, it's not a big deal. I've not been invited many times. Never really kicked up a fuss about it. Maybe next year, eh? Not Rachel, though.
I don't know, y'all. I've tried, but it doesn't seem to be happening.
She revealed the shocking fact that she wasn't invited to the Oscars. I'll root for the West Side Story from my couch and be proud of the work. I'll be in sweatpants and with my boyfriend. I've tried everything. I've tried it all, but it just doesn't seem to be happening. Really want to try and get into the Oscars to give the impression that you're actually, you know, someone worthwhile to have in a movie. Let's hope they don't look at your past, eh? I hope a last-minute miracle occurs and I can celebrate our film in person. I am so disappointed. Thanks for the shock and the outrage.
So everyone went crazy on social, as you can imagine, and the Academy responded yesterday.
Well, it turns out that that shock and outrage was enough to pressure Disney into doing something.
Rachel not only got an invitation to watch the Oscars, she's actually going to be a presenter.
It seems that Disney does eventually respond to negative criticism. If you whine loudly enough for them. In fact, it was so loud that it made the Disney team find a loophole where they managed to crowbar her into the Oscars as a presenter.
You know when you get dissed from something and they're like, okay, you can come, and you're like, I don't know if I want to come now.
exactly.
And boy, was she happy about it.
Dreams really can come true pretty fast, too.
Talking about it on the stage.
And
As you can see, that's how entitled this little bitch is.
I never thought that I would be here 6 days ago. We did it.
And the red carpet.
It was just a statement of fact, but we're here, we're happy, we're really thankful. How does it...
And doing a normal spiel about how it's really important that the American, Colombian, Polish person represents Puerto Rico.
I say like, oh, awards, do they really matter? At the end of the day, this is the story of representation, and it matters.
It really is like a Frenchman coming along and saying he represents me. It's like, we have nothing to do with each other. Our Snow White producers worked some real manage to crowbar me into the Oscars. You know the Oscars, with those swag bags that are worth about $180,000. You can see why she really wanted to go and celebrate, can't you?
It's the pear of anguish. It was used on women who had relations with the devil.
Then there are other movies that also flopped, where she gave an interview to The Hollywood Reporter about Shazam, where she said, I just needed a job. Just took it because I needed something to do, innit, bruv?
What made you want to step into this world of DC heroes?
I needed a job. I'm being so serious.
You know, I was in the middle of lockdown and I wasn't working. Thought, might as well get a job.
That's like the worst thing you can say.
I was not working and I couldn't get a job for the life of me. It was really hard to book work for me.
I was gonna take anything. Unfortunately, the film bombed at the box office. I mean, with marketing like that, what a surprise. If even the actors don't give a crap about the movie, why would the audience? It also got slammed by critics at 49%.
Just means that our stories are worth telling, and I think the success review-wise of our film shows that our stories are worth telling.
So of course Rachel came round, and despite not wanting to be in the movie in the first place by the sounds of it, some people are just being senselessly mean. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary for you to review my movie accurately. You need to be really positive about the stuff I make. Don't you know how amazing I am? You should just be nice to me. I'm gonna tone police you. You can't criticize me. No, because criticism is obviously something that the superior give the inferior. Don't you know who she is?
And if you disagree with this sentiment, just hit the unfollow button. I don't need your business. Thanks.
She'd never criticize anybody. May his supporters and himself never know peace. Well, except the majority of the population, obviously, and the audiences of her movies. Basically anyone that isn't her. But apart from those, she'd never be negative about anybody, and you shouldn't be negative about her. And you won't be after she's convinced you of everything anyway.
People that we need to educate, love into awareness.
Love them in the right direction.
I'm gonna sit in a corner and just whine at you until you break. So, but
Okay, hold on. Let's go back a little bit, because you can tell he's just bullshitting right there. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? It should be right there. Look at his face. He's like, I don't even believe this crap. That's the look of it.
Never be negative about anybody, and you shouldn't be negative about her. And you won't be after she's convinced you of everything anyway.
People that we need.
Look at his face. Look at how listen to how he's talking. He's being totally sarcastic.
Need to educate, love into awareness.
Love them in the right.
He's like, is that right? Was I supposed to say that? I was paid to be on here.
Right direction.
I'm gonna sit in a corner and just whine at you until you break. So by this point, not a good track record, not a good box office record. And then she decided to crap on Snow White. Obviously having literally no reason to be in Snow White, unrelated to the IP as a whole. In fact, if she ever actually called herself Polish, she would ironically be more relatable as Snow White. Or you're still pretending to be Puerto Rican. It's hard to keep up, to be honest.
People find comfort in boxes. Don't understand it because they made me uncomfortable.
Yes, I am Snow White, and no, I am not bleaching my skin for the role. I can't be bothered to do anything to look like the part.
What are they for?
If you pressed it firmly against your bottom, it might stop you talking.
This is why Rachel can't apologise, because I don't think she means it. Apologise for posting the post. But no, my emotions got the better of me. What I should have done is just thought and said it in private about how much I hate my customer base. How much my customer base should never know peace. And if somebody is repeatedly attacking the audience, repeatedly cancerous to your IP, that's not someone that you can attach to your IP. Doesn't matter if you've got the best movie in the world, if you've got Rachel Ziegler there marketing it, that will be hundreds of millions of dollars of business that she scares off because she's attacking men, the audience. And when she's not attacking them, she's attacking the very IP itself as crap, or just passively doing it as if, well, you know, I wouldn't have done it, but I needed a job, really, I just needed the money. Even if it's true, even if other people understand it, you're supposed to be intelligent enough, PR savvy enough, not to pissing say it. If everyone else can manage not to say it in an interview, I'm sure you can on a red carpet, love.
This carpet is a person with feelings.
Now, Rachel Ziegler is an actress of acclaim and prestige, but only for destroying properties and pissing off her own audience. And as Hollywood goes forwards, if they do actually want to change, you can't have somebody like this attached to you. Because if you want your movies to make money, the days of attacking the audience need to be left behind. And you can't teach an old bitch new tricks. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Let me know down in the comments below. Like the video if you like the video. Subscribe. More videos like this in the future, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Here we go. Alright. Did you fix that? I noticed something on my Discord, so I fixed it. Alright. That definitely deserves another share. I don't even care what they're doing. That. And what's this one? Oh, I haven't seen this one. Open a new tab.
Well, I didn't think it would happen, but Disney finally released the second Snow White trailer and poster, and people are very...
opinionated.
I'm sorry, is it...
opinionated.
Or is it...
opinionated.
Because in the original trailer, the one that was leaked that was playing in theaters, it was...
opinionated.
And now it's...
opinionated.
I guess that they decided that Gal Gadot's delivery was a little too terrible in the trailer released in theaters, and that it needed to be changed.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
But at least I nothing against Gal Gadot, but I'm not gonna let it go. You can't hide it. The internet is forever. We now have another little gem to add to the Gal Gadot acting lineup.
What did you say?
But anyway, the Snow White trailer is being absolutely lambasted online. Everywhere. In fact, it doesn't seem like anyone's defending this film, which is also making me question why exactly Disney is going forward releasing this film for many reasons. I think that of all movies to shelve, I think that this would justify it a bit more than any other film. But you might be asking, why is the Snow White movie so controversial? Because some people have looked at this trailer and said, yeah, it looks bad, but it also doesn't look like the worst thing ever. In fact, I talked with somebody who says that they believe that this movie just looks like your run-of-the-mill bad Disney live-action remake. And I do think that even though I myself think that the trailer does not look good, that people are exaggerating a little bit, that it is the worst thing we've ever seen in terms of an individual trailer. So you might be asking, why is this movie getting so much hate? Why is this like the most hated movie that we've seen in the last 10 years? Because it seems like it's been coming out forever because of all the delays and stuff like that. And why was it delayed? Why is this movie such a controversy? And why is it going to drastically change the way Hollywood and Disney in particular is making and marketing movies? Well, I know that and I understand that. So for all of you, whether you know the history behind this or you don't, here is a history recap. Some people are saying, who really wanted a Snow White remake in the first place? Were people really that invested in a Snow White remake of all things? And do people really care about the original that much? Well, I care. It's actually one of my favorite animated films of all time because of its artistry that still holds up today and because of its importance in the history of animation and filmmaking. But it is still a movie that holds up today and that still has relevance today. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing a remake milking it. However, it is true, no one is really invested in a remake. No one asked for it. And there's nothing that a remake is going to do to permanently damage the original. So why are people so upset by this movie when they didn't really care about it or ask for it in the first place? Well, it goes back further to the making of the movie. The making of the movie is what downed it in the first place. To a large degree, it does go back to the culture war, but it also goes back to that and how that has affected various movies,
The culture war was brought up by the Democrats and is a fake culture war.
franchises, and property.
Well, it was a fake culture war until the Democrats made it into a real one. They made something that wasn't an issue into an issue. In fact, the culture war has brought more diversity to the country than anything else. And it's also brought more hate than anything else.
That people love. We're living in the IP age where everything has to be based on IP. However, we're also living in an age where Disney especially has been trying to change things to make them seem more progressive, to make it seem
IP. Are they talking about identity politics? Because that's another thing that the Democrats made that is bringing in more hate and stuff into the world.
More modern. In short terms, we've just come out of the age of progressivism being pushed more strongly than ever. However, we are also in the age of IPs where
it's not progressivism, okay? It's the age of discrimination, and yeah, that's what it's pushing. They're pushing not progressive, but discrimination. Okay? That's what they're pushing.
companies are not confident whatsoever in creating anything new and must constantly co-opt things of the past in hopes that they will make money based on their built-in fan bases. This creates a lot of problems, as I've covered before on the channel. It means that a lot of times these new creatives who have no outlet to do their own original stories will co-opt franchises to put their own spin on it and change them to be something that they like, therefore wrecking it for people who want it to stay the same. But it also creates problems in terms of modernizing these various IPs like the Disney remakes, which are supposed to be marketed on being exact reminders of the thing you like when you're a kid. For example, originally Be Prepared wasn't going to be in the Lion King live-action remake, and the widespread assumption with that is that Disney was afraid of the Nazi imagery of the original version. There's also a stronger push for female characters to be portrayed, well, strong. The lyrics from Under the Sea had to be changed to make sure, absolutely sure, that they confirmed the consent between both parties. The problem is with a lot of these progressive changes from the mindset of Disney and the people they have working of them come off as unnecessary at the very best, but at the very worst, you've got people aggravated that their favorite storylines are being changed and misunderstood by people who, well, to be quite honest, don't understand the material themselves and are making fundamental and unnecessary changes to make the stories worse when no one was asking for these changes in the first place. And to be honest, it just comes off to a lot of people as very puritanical and condescending. Everything from the past needs to be reused these days, but also everything from the past needs to be corrected. We need to find out all the problems with these things. We need to update them into the correct versions of themselves, even if people in the mainstream public don't actually agree that these things from the past were incorrect and needed to be updated. And a lot of these changes have seemed very, very unnecessary, like they forget.
No, it doesn't seem to be unnecessary. It is unnecessary. Get that straight.
Get the core of what the things were originally. They misunderstand them, they make unnecessary changes, and they just make them worse. Enter Snow White, a movie coming out at the tail end of all of this after years and years of controversy and people talking about it. Now, what we heard from behind the scenes of the Snow White movie is that there would be no dwarves. Why? Because Peter Dinklage said something about it being offensive to little people, and therefore they originally took out the dwarves in Snow White and the Seven Dwarves and said that they were going to replace them with 7 magical persons, which everyone universally seemed to think was ridiculous. Another change that they were going to make is Snow White obviously isn't Snow White. Now, I am not a person who is always against race bending. A lot of people levied a lot of hate against the casting of Halle Bailey in The Little Mermaid. I don't think that The Little Mermaid, for example, is something that, even though it's originally a Danish fairy tale, that it needs to be in any sort of particular region. Or Cinderella, that is a story that's been told by pretty much every region and every culture on the planet.
That has nothing to do with it. You go by the friggin' culture that it was made for. That's the problem. See, they're erasing the friggin' culture of the stories. That's what they're doing. They're erasing and replacing it. And then they're also tearing apart the identity of the original culture.
However, while Rachel Zegler has an excellent singing voice and the stature of a Disney princess, Snow White isn't even a character that's supposed to be Caucasian per se. She's just pale white as snow. So I think that no matter how many people are very vocal about it or not, most people would see this as a ridiculous change because she quite literally, it literally does not fit a character to race bend them, but Disney wants to push non-white princesses, but Snow White isn't really a story you can do with that, but Disney also really wants to milk their IPs. So once again, it's the pinnacle of these changes that they're
IPs. Identity politics. Okay. Then why are you changing it? If you want to do it with the identity politics, you keep it the same. Because that's her identity.
desire to change things and correct them and be progressive outweighed, even if that made logical sense for this story. We also heard behind the scenes that it was not going to be the evil queen jealous of her for her looks, probably because they wouldn't want to push vanity and that sort of stereotype on women in the modern day. This is all stuff that is incorrect. It would actually be about Snow White being brave, loyal, and true, and that it would be about those values versus the competing looks between the two characters. We also heard that Snow White would not be pining for a prince or be rescued by him by the end. More on that in a second. And this was already causing a lot of controversy in videos with millions of views behind the scenes, talking about this movie being the peak of every problem people had with the modern day progressivism of Disney. You're doing Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, but you can't have dwarves because you found a reason for that to be offensive. Snow White isn't Snow White. The evil queen will not be jealous of Snow White for her looks. Snow White will not be interested in the prince. Essentially, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs that can't be Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs because of, I'm just gonna be honest right here, puritanism. Like, audiences don't have problems with non-white princesses. If they did, then the Moana 2 wouldn't be on track to make $1 billion. Disney has actually done well with promoting non-white princesses. The problem is that this in particular instance wasn't a time where you could do that. And no one has a problem with casting 7 little persons as the 7 dwarves. You would give 7 little persons jobs that way, but thanks to Peter Dinklage, 7 people are without jobs right now. This is what most of the mainstream is going to see as puritanical, changes that didn't need to happen. And it's not that everyone was so invested in a Snow White movie at all. It's that this is just the pinnacle of things that people have been seeing everywhere. Things they liked from the past being changed, things being nitpicked, the incorrect things needing to be corrected by the correct versions of the incorrect things, all the while Hollywood keeps milking the ever-loving IP and finding things to change. It's not working. And to cap it all off, there were the Rachel Zegler interviews. And Rachel Zegler put her foot in it more than anyone else with the way that she very, very snarkily and narcissistically delivered that this wasn't going to be the Snow White of the past. This was going to be the new version, the improved version where Snow White wouldn't have to be saved by the prince. And you have to understand, is it that no one has ever seen anyone as narcissistic as Rachel Zegler coming from Hollywood before? No, but it's this narcissistic attitude that came from her and the condescending way that it was delivered. The elitism. People in the mainstream hate the elites. They hate the elitism of this. They hate feeling that they're talked down to, which is what all of these changes feel like they're actually doing. So Snow White just became the pinnacle of everything that people had frustrations in it. And I think it also represents things like disparaging the Snow White's desire for true love. By the way, very inaccurate criticisms of the original because the prince actually is not the focus of the original. He only appears in 2 scenes because the animators actually struggled to animate male characters back then. And the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the original, isn't about a love story. The prince and the castle in the clouds is just representing Snow White after all her hardship, getting her award at the end of her life. There's videos out there that go into the original version of Snow White and why it was meaningful for the people of the 1930s who didn't have a lot of options, so a princess who just holds on until she gets her reward at the end was very appealing to watch. Videos from Disney adults that talk about how the original actually isn't any of the things people accuse it of being. You know, if you want to find actual sexist content or stuff like that with bad depictions of female characters, you can find that in the past, but you won't find it in the old Disney movies. Like, the reason why these films hold up so well and are still relevant to this day to be milked by Disney in remakes is because they're timeless and because they held up even as people's views changed. And that's, once again, really the problem with Snow White, is the nitpicking, the puritanism, the saying that things need to be changed. And to be so condescending in those interviews towards the idea of a woman wanting true love or wanting to be saved by the prince, it doesn't really reflect what people want these days, because we've already had so many stories, and many of them done badly, about a woman who doesn't need a man, who doesn't want love, who's all on her own. And once again, since so many have been done badly, people are tired of it. Like, going back to the Snow White trailer, it's not that there haven't already been reimaginings of Snow White as a more Joan of Arc character who's more empowered than just a naive teenager who has to survive until the end. It's just that we've seen that a million times now. There's nothing fresh about it with this Snow White movie. They've exhausted that trope. Like, back in the day, there were a lot more restrictions on how female characters could be used. Like, Star Trek is an example. Part of the reason why the executives had a problem with the original pilot of Star Trek is because they had a problem with there being a female second in command. And eventually people got tired back in those days of seeing female characters portrayed a certain way. So that's why in the 70s, 80s, and on, you started seeing different kinds of female characters, ones that were more commanding and strong. But eventually pressures cropped up, and I saw this during the 2010s, where there were demands from certain groups rather than audiences to make every female character strong. That was pushed so much and done so badly that people are tired of it. Whenever you give somebody too much of one thing, they eventually ask for the other thing. Last year, my biggest video was the one talking about how Wish was originally supposed to be a love story, at least in part. And it blew up so big, and there was so much discussion about it because so many Disney fans actually wanted the love story. There is a demand for that, but there's not a demand for this. And Snow White just kind of represents how out of touch Hollywood is, and how they're not actually giving people what they want with these movies, and they haven't been for years. They've miscalculated that there is a wide audience for this kind of stuff anymore. And while it's been proven time and again that there are still plenty of people who want to go to the movies, that Hollywood just isn't producing enough for what people actually want to see. Now, since then, Snow White was delayed an entire year after the backlash. And I know that people are trying to sidestep and say, well, every movie has reshoots. Deadpool and Wolverine wasn't even finished shooting, unlike Snow White, when it had delays for the strikes. And it was only delayed 2 months. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, just Snow White, was delayed an entire year after the backlash, and it had been done shooting. The reshoots allegedly were to change elements of the plot and apparently add back dwarves into the plot after they were taken out. And you've seen the tone of the cast greatly change, except for Rachel Zegler, who changed momentarily and then went right back into her original tone. The one that has people so upset because, once again, it's just the pinnacle of all of people's frustrations. The problem is, though, it doesn't matter that they made some changes to the Snow White movie. It doesn't matter what the film was going to look like in trailers. Because of the controversy behind the scenes, and because this movie just seemed to be the pinnacle of all of people's frustrations, people have already decided that they hate it, which is why it's highly questionable for Disney to even release this movie. I think it honestly would have been better for them to either shelve it or just release it as it was going to be originally, because now they ironically have an incredibly dated movie on their hands, one that isn't actually reflecting what modern audiences actually want to see. Because like all Disney remakes, it's just a reskin of the original with progressive elements slapped on lazily, but it's all of things that people are tired of seeing. And it's very ironic that all of this controversy started in the first place with them claiming that the original was too dated and needed to be updated, when this movie, a year after it was originally supposed to release, is already dated, which is why it's baffling that they're releasing this. Now, I think that in the future, though, the Snow White film will not be forgotten. I think it will be remembered as a pivotal moment in Hollywood history where a lot of this stuff changed, where it, along with a lot of other things, was when Hollywood started to realize that there just was not an audience for this, and that the modern audience wanted something entirely different than what they had been pushing for years. Because Rachel Zegler's Snow White does not appear to be the worst movie that we've seen come out in the past years.
Okay, what do you think? Because I think she's somewhat right and wrong. I mean, it's definitely the worst. I mean, they put back in the doors, CGI'd them instead of having actual people put in there like they should have. For years they've been ignoring the audience. And they've been telling them, we want the story, You don't care about the political correct shit. Put the story out. Yes, we want to see it in live action, but it has to be the original story. That's what people want. When they change it, they get all this feedback saying, you screwed it up, you messed it up, yada yada, and they ignored it. With this one, because Rachel Zegler opened her mouth and badmouthed the movie, badmouthed the original, yeah, everybody's like, you know what? I've had enough of this shit. They're saying it's bad. They're saying, don't show me it no more. I'm not going to go watch it. That's what's happened.
It was merely the straw that broke the camel's back. We already got an article coming out talking about how the Snow White movie is going to be a setback for Disney, with Moana 2, Inside Out 2, and Deadpool and Wolverine following their new strategy of just making entertainment that is universally relatable to audiences and making billions of dollars off of that.
And those movies were great, from what I hear. They've got brought in money. There was no political bullshit in them. I wonder what they're doing wrong. They didn't have political bullshit. They didn't go with the woke strategy, and they made money.
The Snow White movie feels like a setback. I could honestly see Disney revisiting romantic storylines after this movie makes $0. I could see them being more cautious about the changes that they make to their remakes, and I'm wondering if they're going to become more wary around race bending, which some of these changes could be good things, and then in other ways I am worried that things are going to swing back too far the other way. But regardless of what happens, Snow White, releasing late March 2025, is going to become a harsh reminder that the days of this kind of film are over. Thank you all for watching this video. Do you disagree with any of my analysis here? How do you think the Snow White movie is going to change Hollywood? What kind of movies do you see getting made on the horizon? Thank you, patrons, as always, for supporting this channel. And if you want to support what I work on here, you can check out the Patreon link in the description, and I will see you guys next time.
I have to agree, she's somewhat right and somewhat wrong, but that's my personal opinion, and that's her personal opinion. So that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to give her a thumbs down or a thumbs up, because I agree and disagree. So I'll just add. Wow. I'll just repost it. All right. Open this one in a new tab.
Bro, you ever just hear somebody talk and you were just like, you know what? I don't think I like this person. Like, don't get me wrong here. It's happened a lot here on this channel. Apparently, I've rubbed people wrong all the time. Right? I get it. I have an issue with filtering myself to the political correct crowd, let's say. And I have a problem. I know I do. You know, listen, I try. I try to be nice out here, guys. I do.
You're a better person than I am, because I ain't going to censor myself for nobody. You're going to hear what I think, and that's it.
Ooh, I promise you. I don't want to specifically or purposely hurt somebody's feelings, but bro, if you're saying something crazy, how can I just like blindly disagree with it? I don't want to agree with it. That's craziness. And in walks Rachel Zegler. I don't like her pinky. I don't like her nail polish. I don't like her ring. I don't like her hair follicles. I just seriously don't like this person's energy, bro. I don't like it.
You're not the only one who doesn't like her.
I don't like nothing she ever says. When she speaks, it's like, ew, she's talking. It's craziness to me, guys. But all right, name of the video is The Satisfying Downfall of Rachel Zegler. We're here for that, obviously. We're definitely here for that. And this is a suggestion via Discord. Let's encounter it.
I watched this earlier.
Was the epitome of a Hollywood dream come true. She went from singing on YouTube to winning awards and landing starring roles in blockbuster films.
She could sing,
Her journey
though.
to fame felt almost magical, as if a fairy godmother had waved her wand and declared, "You shall be a star." But as any good fairy tale will tell you, there's always a twist. In Rachel's case, it wasn't an evil stepmother or a cursed spinning wheel. It was a string of controversies, social media backlash, and the ruthless public scrutiny that comes with modern stardom. From her casting as Disney's Snow White to her outspoken political stances, Zegler's journey has taken a sharp turn from glittering promise to polarizing figure. How did Hollywood's new princess find herself at the center of such a dramatic fall from grace?
She got into the same camera frame as this woman right here. Okay.
Yeah. You got not so good looking and the good looking. I mean, come on now. Easy peasy.
Another one of these toxic individuals, bro. Like, these two people right here are basically the embodiment of TikTok culture, and why I am absolutely clapping that it is getting basically packed up off the internet and the United States of America. All right, I'm being honest. Okay, these two.
Yeah. So she's married. She has kids. She's just a spoiled brat. And she's more professional and totally unprofessional. Okay? That's my personal opinion.
Individuals right here are the embodiment of things I don't like.
Let's pull back the velvet curtain on this modern cautionary tale. And don't forget to laugh along the way.
I'm going to try to laugh. Okay.
The original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story.
Okay.
With a guy who literally stalks her. Weird. And then it became like, I will elbow everyone out of the way to play the part. That people will assume is a love story just because like we cast a guy in the movie. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
I said, if I'm going to stand there 18 hours in a dress of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online.
And we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Rachel Zegler's rise.
I just don't like her, bro. What is it? What's the energy? What is this here? I don't like it.
To fame could have been ripped straight from the pages of Cinderella. Born in Hackensack, New Jersey, she grew up performing in
Could that be the reason why I don't like her, bro? Because she's from Jersey? That could make sense.
High school musicals, belting out covers on YouTube, and
that's probably valid.
Yeah, I would have to agree. A lot of people from New Jersey are hated.
Her
I didn't even know that.
Caught the
I just
attention
found
of
this out
casting
now.
directors, and in
that made it worse.
2019, she was plucked from a pool of 30,000 hopefuls to star as Maria in Steven Spielberg's West Side Story. It's like winning the lottery, only instead of cash, you get a Golden Globe and internet trolls. Her performance was universally praised, with critics calling her a revelation. She made history as the youngest actress to win a Golden Globe for Best Actress, and her future looked brighter than a Disney fireworks display.
Unfortunately, it was all because she's Latina. Not her actual performance.
Hollywood welcomed her with open arms, touting her as the fresh, diverse face of the industry's future. As Rachel soon
Bro, she's a DEI hire?
Learned, fame in the digital
Yes, she's a DEI hire.
age comes with a fine print that reads, "Proceed with caution." In 2021, Disney announced Rachel Zegler as their Snow White for a live-action remake. At first, it seemed like another chapter in her storybook rise. A Latina actress taking on the role of a beloved princess. It sounded like a progressive win for Hollywood, except not everyone saw it that way. The backlash was swift and loud. Fans of the original fairy tale argued that Snow White's defining trait, skin as white as snow, was integral to her identity.
I don't really care about that.
Zegler, a proud Latina, felt like rewriting a core element of the character. The internet lit up with debates, memes, and arguments over whether Disney was pushing diversity for the sake of diversity. Then Rachel entered the fray.
Yes, actually, they generally are, right? Like, bro, I'm telling you, I used to... Okay, so I reacted to the entire, like, Marvel saga over on the Movie Reaction channel, guys. It's in the description, all right? And so I did that, and I was just like, you know what? Everything is really good, right? It's going great. And bro, and then what is this movie that popped up? Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel popped up. And I was just like, this is the stupidest movie I've ever seen in my entire life, guys. All right? In terms of, like, the plot, it was terrible. It was written bad. It felt rushed. And then the consistent you go girl moments, I was just like, bro, what is this? All right. You're not going to make me watch something that it feels like it's exuding nothing but eel men are garbage. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and watch that. I'm not going to pay attention. But we got through it because, again, we were definitely reacting to the entire series, right? But oh my, that was terrible to encounter.
When asked about the criticism, she boldly declared, "I'm not going to bleach my skin for this role." While some applauded her confidence, others felt her comment was dismissive. Instead of diffusing the tension,
no, she was right in that instance. Like, I mean, stop playing.
It felt like
that's the last thing that to me personally mattered in this entire thing. The majority of what I strongly detested kind of regarding her were her comments consistently.
She tossed a lit match into an already volatile situation. Snow White's pale complexion became the hottest topic since Prince Eric's lack of nipples in the Little Mermaid remake. If the casting backlash was a fire, Rachel's comments about the original Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs were like pouring gasoline on it. And then,
well, that's exactly what she did. She just didn't realize she poured gasoline on it.
Lighting sparklers for good measure. In a promotional interview, Zegler described the 1937 Disney classic as extremely dated and criticized the prince's behavior, labeling it stalkerish. Her remarks were meant,
I think that just means she didn't find the person attractive,
to hype up the remake as a modern feminist retelling, but they backfired spectacularly. Fans of the original took her words as an insult to Disney's legacy, accusing her of disrespecting a beloved film that had shaped childhoods for generations. The internet was quick to pounce. Memes flooded social media, mocking Zegler for trashing the movie she was supposed.
See, I'm telling you, that's her name, Gal Gadot, bro. Yeah, no thank you on her either.
To represent. One viral post read, "If you hate Snow White so much, why not remake Frozen and rename it Chilly Independent Woman?" Suddenly, Rachel wasn't just an actress playing Snow
She'll probably
White.
do that.
She was a symbol of everything people felt was wrong with modern Hollywood. As if Snow White's complexion and the prince's kiss weren't controversial enough, the Seven Dwarfs entered the chat. In an attempt to modernize the story, Disney decided to ditch the traditional depiction of the dwarfs, opting for CGI characters instead of casting actors with dwarfism. This
Why didn't you
decision
do
followed
that?
criticism from actor Peter Dinklage, who called the original portrayal backward. The response was a PR nightmare. While Disney intended to show sensitivity, actors with dwarfism argued that the studio had robbed them of roles.
Yeah, because to be honest here, unfortunately, people with dwarfism are definitely typecasted consistently. I think Peter Dinklage actually broke that box with Game of Thrones. Listen, what does that even matter? If that makes any sense. The way he dominated the screen, his presence was absolutely phenomenal. And he's right in this instance here. There are people that are still being typecasted. He broke the mold, in fact, right? But there are individuals who wait for these roles to come because they're specifically dedicated to them. And then when you cut them out of it exclusively for the sole purpose of making CGI, this is like, bro, come on, you wild for that one, bro. You're doing too much.
I can't say he's wrong. And yes, Peter Dinklage did break the mold. That's why people liked him. But you can't just blame it on Peter Dinklage, because he said his opinion, which a lot of people disagreed with. A lot of the dwarfism actors disagreed with, because they've been waiting for this role. And then they didn't get hired because of what he said. And on top of it, they had that friggin' bandit cast for the Seven Dwarfs. Because they looked like a bunch of bandits that were just strolling around, okay? It looked horrible, okay? It straight up looked horrible. And, it looked so bad. I mean, that's what they were criticizing, how bad it looked. They should have gone and hired actual dwarf actors so they can get money, support their families, and get more famous. But everyone thinks Peter Dinklage said it, so they couldn't hire more dwarf actors now. And his remark about it being backwards, living in a cave. They were never living in a cave to begin with. They went to the caves of mine because it was a mine. And think about the year that this was made. 212 years ago. That's when the original story was written. And it was based on a woman that lived in the 1550s. That's over 500 years ago. People need to get their facts straight. And I don't quote my math. I could be wrong because I'm just rounding. But yeah, it was like 200, 300, and I just went with 500, right? It was the 1550s, so what? It's just under 500 years? So it's still over 400 years ago. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I could be wrong still. It could be just... Well, anyway, yeah, you get the point.
Just about representation. It was about livelihoods. Although Zegler had no hand in the decision, she became the face of the controversy simply by association.
She didn't become the controversy in that. Dinklage did.
Once again, the Snow White remake found itself in the headlines for all the wrong reasons.
She keeps
talking. By now, Zegler's name was synonymous with Snow White's missteps, even if she wasn't directly responsible. Critics joked that the remake was cursed, and some fans suggested Disney scrap the project altogether. After all, who needs dwarfs when you've got this much drama? Rachel Zegler's outspoken nature extended beyond Snow White. On social media, she frequently voiced her opinions on political and social issues, including her criticism of Donald Trump and his supporters. One particularly fiery tweet called Trump supporters a stain on America. While many applauded her candor, others saw her comments as unnecessarily divisive, especially for someone representing the famously family-friendly Disney brand. Conservative commentator Megyn Kelly seized on the controversy, accusing Zegler of alienating Disney's core audience. In one particularly scathing rant, Kelly called her a pig and slammed Disney for supporting her while firing other actors for less controversial statements.
Picture a Broadway actress who issued a post saying, F Biden supporters. May Biden or Kamala never have a moment's peace. That person would be fired so fast it would make your head spin. They wouldn't last one more minute.
Oh, no, you're right.
In any Hollywood role. This is truly like, she has to go. I'm sorry, Disney. She has to go. And you're going to put...
The problem is that they're not going to let her go. They can't, right? Because if you understand about the individuals that share the overall same mindset as she, right, you'll start to realize instantly that they're coming from a place mentally where they think that they are coming from moral superiority. And morally superior people are wrong. Anyone else who doesn't just immediately adhere to nonsense ideology, right, then yeah, you are the bad guy. Right? So, in the grand scheme of things, they can't see any wrong of what they're doing. Like, if you have a different perspective as the people who are morally superior, then you are wrong, sir. You're the bad guy. You have to go. You have to get canceled immediately. Right? How dare you not share our mindset?
Put out a Disney film with Snow White, a beloved American character, with a woman who hates more than half the country, the half that just elected Donald Trump. This is an incredible pivot point right now. We'll see which way the woke Disney decides to go.
At this point, the saga had gone from fairy tale to full-blown soap opera. It's
because they're idiots. They hired an idiot, and now they're facing backlash. The people have spoken. We've had enough of your dumb shit. Go back to what you're good at, which is making family-friendly movies. All right? I'll be right back.
Controversies mounted, the internet demanded action. The hashtag #ReplaceRachel trended on Twitter with fans calling for Disney to recast Snow White.
They're not going to.
Some posts were serious, offering suggestions for replacements like Lily Collins. Others were downright ridiculous, suggesting animatronic princesses or a return to the animated original. For Disney, the backlash presented an impossible dilemma. Replacing Zegler would risk accusations of caving to mob outrage. Keeping her risked alienating fans and jeopardizing the film's success. It was the kind of lose-lose situation that would make even Cinderella's stepmother sympathize. In the face of relentless criticism, Rachel tried to defend herself. In interviews, she clarified that her comments about Snow White were taken out of context. She insisted that she wasn't disrespecting the original film, but trying to modernize it for today's audience. However, her statement...
See, again, that's that moral superiority. She thinks that today's audience has the exact same mindset as she. All right? Keep that wherever you are and leave that there.
It often came across as defensive, and the public remained unconvinced. To her supporters, she was a young actress navigating an impossible situation. To her detractors, she was digging her own grave with a gold-plated shovel. Either...
You know, nobody cares at this point. Screw her. She dug her own grave. Or how they used to say, you made your own bed, now lay in it.
Either way, the damage was done. The release of Snow White, slated for 2025, looms as a critical moment for both Rachel Zegler and Disney. If the film succeeds, it could redeem her career and quiet her critics. But if it flops, Zegler could find herself relegated to Hollywood's long list of could-have-beens. For Disney, the stakes are equally high. This isn't just about one film. It's about how the studio navigates the treacherous waters of modern controversies without alienating audiences or sacrificing its values.
Well, Disney is done, guys.
The road ahead is anything but smooth. Rachel Zegler's journey from rising star to polarizing figure is a modern-day cautionary tale. It's a reminder that fame is a double-edged sword, capable of elevating careers as quickly as it tears them down.
Okay. Disney still has the potential to come back. It's not that they're done, okay?
Whether she's a misunderstood heroine or the architect of her own downfall depends on who you ask. One thing is certain. This saga has all the ingredients of a Hollywood blockbuster, except maybe a happy ending. So what's your take? Is Rachel Zegler unfairly targeted, or has she written herself into her own tragic script? If you guys liked today's video, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel.
She wrote
and I'll
herself
see you
into
guys
her
in the
own
next one.
tragic script.
All right, and again, guys, the name of the channel this video came from is Think About It. Guys, yeah, I've just never been a fan. Like, I mean, since that first, like, interview, and then she just kept going and going and going. Like, it was just like, bro, normal people don't think like this or speak like this. The individuals that think like this and speak like this are normally coming from some moral high ground or perceived moral high ground. She perceives herself to be a part of that moral high ground. And also at the same time, the current day misandrist TikTok community that thrives, right? She just, like, you can hear and feel the man hate coming from her. And I'm not going to sit here and support against anything against my own interest. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that ever. Forget that. That's not ever happening, bro. But either way, listen, the satisfying downfall of Rachel Zegler. Yeah, that's the vibe. We'll see. Who knows, guys? But Disney's going to keep pushing this nonsense ideology that made the left lose their election this year. And that's it. That's what they're just going to keep doing it. They're not going to realize that people are probably most likely sick and tired of being sick and tired of the same nonsense that is being allowed to proliferate in Hollywood and the modern left, I'd say. Bro, come back to the center and you'll get some love again. I'm being honest here. Just understand you cannot make someone care about your cause, bro. You can't. You can't do that, bro. But live your best life at the same time. But all right, listen, you guys all have an absolutely amazing day. Enjoy your day thoroughly. This is my lightsaber. Hey guys, you guys subscribe to the other channels? Logical Movie Reviews with Mr. L. Boyd, along with Mr. L. Boyd Music. Oh, also, Mr. L. Boyd Discusses. Guys, check it out. And if you haven't heard it today, you're amazing.
Huh. That's cool. I don't know if I've seen this one or not, but it looks like I have.
What the movie has going for it is at least Zegler can sing. Snow White, the Dutch oven of movie trailers. It's sustenance for YouTubers around the globe who are biding their time, and goddammit, I know I've been waiting for this one. That's right, Disney finally grew a set and released that first full Snow White trailer they've been desperately hiding. And how'd it go for them? And the internet reacted accordingly. Yes, Disney's been treating this trailer like Zelda in Pet Sematary, keeping it hidden away from everyone out of fear and embarrassment.
And that's what she was. A dirty secret. I had to feed her sometimes. I hated it.
Seeing it now, it's hilariously obvious why. It's purified nightmare fuel, powered only by the presence of Rachel Zegler, who's winning gold in the Cringe Olympics, and executed by way of CGI abominations they call dwarfs. This trailer was ratioed into the stratosphere and experienced death by disdain, mustering 27,000 likes to 700,000 dislikes at the time of this writing. By Disney's own doing, the film itself has faced an uphill battle from the beginning, simply by virtue of being a live-action remake. Of course, watching the trailer, you'd be hard-pressed to find what is actually live action about it, but regardless, audiences have been giving Disney's bullshit remakes the cold shoulder the last few years. Not only is it live action, it's another Snow White movie. It feels like this movie's come out once a year for 12 years straight at this point. Then controversy after hilarious controversy followed, and I haven't been able to keep the smile off my face. From the star of the movie attempting to kill her own career, to the company wrecking its own project trying to cater to morons, I can't keep my eyes off this thing. The production of Snow White is the picture-perfect Urban Dictionary definition of a train wreck. Every step of
I can't argue with anything he's saying. Let's hear it. Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
of the way has been a disaster heretofore unheard of in the film industry. A series of missteps so bad you couldn't write a funnier disaster piece. I could probably write 20 minutes worth of insults, but I figured we should actually get into breaking down this yikes emoji of movie trailers. This may be the end times, but we're going out laughing. Before we get into it, let me LA Knight this thing and talk to you about today's sponsor. And I timestamped this bitch so you can skip it, but I appreciate the shit out of you if you watch it. The sponsor of today's video is Raycon, everyday earbuds that can make a great gift this holiday season. Their sound quality and comfort match the high standards set by the industry at half the price of the other guys. Raycon earbuds are feature-packed, starting with an incredible 32-hour battery life. Plenty of time to use their multi-connectivity feature, useful if you have uninhibited ADHD and need to be connected to more than one device at a time. They have active noise cancellation too, which in a variety of colors, and I got the blue because, obviously, you've seen the Avatar, you get the idea. Good color, that blue. Because of their affordability combined with the sound quality, Raycon earbuds are an excellent stocking stuffer. You can't go wrong even giving these things as a set of back off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/moviecynic. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video, and now back to my literal nightmare. We start with narration by the Cringe Factory Zegler, explaining to us that she lived in a once fair kingdom before the queen, played by Gal Gadot, stepped in and ruined it. Gadot seems to be giving it her all, meaning she's there at least. I saw someone on Twitter say even in the movie poster Gal Gadot looks like she can't act.
Take him away,
Your Majesty.
What did you say?
Oh god, it's Kal-El all over again.
Kal-El, no. Kal-El, no. Kal-El, no. Kal-El, no.
The people need some kindness.
I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
There it is.
It's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true.
When major would-be blockbusters get injected with this much modernity, you can only laugh at it best and cringe at worst. They highlighted this line for a reason, and there's no winning for anyone here with this sort of tomfoolery. You can't fool anyone anymore. We've seen multiple female leads become obnoxious, unlikable girl bosses 100 times over in the last 8 years. We fucking get it. These characters suck, and Snow White's about to be the latest in a long line of spiteful characters people hope to forget. But I'm here to remind you of them. Never forget what they did to movie theater screens across the world. Now, with that being said, that issue alone is enough to bring any production to a Harvey Weinstein knee level. But not shockingly, it's the least of this trailer's problems. The Queen asks the mirror, who's the fairest of them all? And naturally, it's a... Wait a minute, she's jealous of...
Right.
They changed it from meaning her physical beauty to who's the nicest of them all so as to not offend anyone.
This is shit.
This is a table of shit.
Snow Off-White is informed through a Stephen Hawking level of stilted line delivery. The queen is evil, so you need to flee into the woods.
The queen is evil. You must flee into the woods.
And so she does, winding up on a green screen, standing in for a forest and some shitty CGI. Well, the turtle's fun, I guess. She comes off like the first actor to fake interact with CGI, and we're off to the races. She breaks into someone's house for no discernible reason and takes a nap. In the original, it was because she was escaping from the huntsman and repays the need for shelter with cleaning the home. Here, she's just a snoopy criminal, and then we see whatever the fuck these things are.
Oh my god. What the fuck is going on?
Wait. It's a human. What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost.
They let her know she can stay and be protected from the queen, and apparently modernity strikes again. She's going on the offense in this remake.
The queen stole everything from all of us. I'm gonna need your help. It's time to restore our kingdom.
Fun. So this one's going to be a little less Snow White and a little more Sarah Connor without the excellent execution. We get to see more of what Disney calls lavish production design, or what I call generic CGI color smears.
This is our kingdom, and now we're here to take it back.
You were saying.
We even get glimpses of the prince, who in the original is responsible for reviving Snow White, but it does not look that way here. And we end up with some line delivery from the queen in disguise as the old hag, who looks like she's wearing a Snapchat filter. The problems with this movie look to be plentiful, and where else to start on this debacle other than the dwarfs? Holy god, the dwarf situation is a prime example of a studio trying to be so progressive it stuck its head up its own conglomerate ass. A classic case of doublethink. The trouble you see on screen started in pre-production. Peter Dinklage called out Disney when the movie was announced, saying they weren't being progressive enough. He was taken aback by the studio's celebration of casting a Latina lead, even as it revisits, and I quote, a problematic representation of dwarfs. Take a step back and look at what you're doing there. It makes no sense to me, he said, about an hour into an 80-minute podcast episode.
You're progressive in one way, but you're still making that fucking backward story of 7 dwarves living in a cave. What the are you doing, man?
Peter Dinklage isn't feeling Disney's upcoming live-action remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
There's a lot of hypocrisy going on, I gotta say, from being somebody who's a little bit unique.
Disney took...
He was saying he's a hypocrite. That's what he just said there.
Took this criticism to their proverbial heart and decided to go full DEI. They cast a diverse cast of actors of average height to play the characters. But that's the problem with living in constant doublethink. In an attempt to be as progressive as possible, they completely eliminated 7 high-profile acting jobs for actors with dwarfism. Yes, to make sure they weren't offending little people by having them on screen, they eliminated them entirely. It wasn't until images leaked of the diverse cast of regular old actors that Disney was forced to change things again, this time to the CGI monstrosities we see today. This entire thing meant the movie was doomed from the start, puking all over itself from the beginning, but it only gets worse from there. One thing I found particularly comical is having to suspend my disbelief that Gal Gadot, poor at her job as she is somehow jealous of Rachel Zegler, and that's the crux of the entire plot. No, it's not about her beauty, but still, it's ridiculous all the same. Gal Gadot in general is a problem. She's here because she's a well-known name, but other than that, she doesn't bring anything to the table. In order for her to compete with Zegler, her appearance is even muted, making the queen look as bland as the acting pouring out of her. You'd think they want to hire someone with charisma to play such a classic, bold villain like the queen in Snow White, and the hire of Gadot should certainly dispel any notion of an attempt at artistry here. The budget probably isn't fooling anyone at $240 million, but when you hire Gal Gadot, this is a commercial production through and through, not a piece of art. It's the grand central of cash grabs. Another sign? They've clearly followed through on modernizing Snow White, a movie that definitely needed that. Rachel Zegler wasn't kidding on that red carpet when she said they'd be updating this movie for modern audiences, gleefully claiming
where do I start? One? Yeah. Gal Gadot was better than Rachel. You could tell just by the acting and the personality-wise, yeah, she's way better.
that Snow White would be a girl boss in this one, like that's something audiences would actually cheer for anymore. We won't know for certain until the movie hits theaters in March, but the picture is being painted in the trailer that she'll be taking the fight to the queen, instead of being that charming bit of innocence in the world that brightens the lives of those around her. No, she's a determined woman who needs not a prince and loves to tell others how to clean up the mess she made. You'd think after seeing these things fail time and again with audiences, Disney would catch on and put a stop to this sort of trash, but they're the people who think Rey is the best bet for their Star Wars brand, so no. The trailer also showcases how the film is going to look, which is like complete shit. It bounces back and forth between two things, providing rocket fuel to nightmares and blurry, shitty CGI blandness. On one hand, you have the horror of the dwarfs, the final draft of Disney's attempt at erasing real people, and on the other, you have the cinematography you could pick from seemingly any other Disney live-action remake. The gritty filter is applied to a number of shots, giving it that bland, everything has to look the same feel that Disney movies have. What the movie has going for it is at least Zegler can sing, which is key to a film like this, but she's also the biggest problem to this movie outside of its actual production. First, it started with her being cringe on that red carpet I mentioned, and really anytime she would speak.
True love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be. I'm a narcissist. Original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so.
Okay.
There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Yeah. Weird. And then it became like, I will elbow everyone out of the way to play the part. That people will assume is a love story just because, like, we cast a guy in the movie, Andrew Burnap. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
I say, if I'm going to stand there 18 hours in a dress of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online.
And we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be. I'm a narcissist.
These rants completely blew up in her face, and coupled with the finger point and laugh response to the behind-the-scenes leaks, Disney was forced to push the release date and go back to the drawing board. After a while, it seemed like Disney's PR team got a hold of Zegler, a young actress who memorized the politically correct Hollywood talking points like they were lines from a movie script. During a follow-up discussion, Zegler went from criticizing the original film for its patriarchal structure to praising it for being a classic and groundbreaker. She went from showing disdain for the character she was playing to saying how wonderful it was to play such an iconic role. It seemed like redemption was underway. The lead actress wasn't vomiting all over herself anymore, and the movie was back in production with a new direction. Except that didn't last very long at all. Once the teaser trailer dropped earlier this year, the movie became an instant internet laughingstock. Those dwarfs, man, god damn, are they terrifying. From the opening frames, it's obvious this movie is everything wrong with modern-day Hollywood productions. Its overinflated budget, its star with an overinflated ego, the decision to fix the writing of a classic tale, the fact that it's the latest example that Disney has completely run out of ideas and have reserved themselves to remaking their own movies. Everything about this movie comes off as a pathetic cash grab that shit itself from the outset. But the best is the latest. It seems like Disney's been actively trying to hide this trailer from the public, and after seeing the reaction to it, it's obvious they knew they had a stinker on their hands. And like a crackhead fiending, you can't hold Rachel Zegler back from her fix for long. Attention is what she needs, and goddammit, she's gonna get it. Continuing to be a cancer to the production, one that would go into remission then spring back up out of nowhere, she made a fool of herself again last month after the conclusion of the US election, putting foot in mouth and disowning half her audience. The timing couldn't be worse for Disney, as they prepped for the release of the trailer they didn't want to come out, and Zegler made an ass of herself one more time right beforehand. In the end, it's still to be seen if she will have a negative impact on the movie. On all other merits, the film seems destined to fail no matter what. At most, she'll just make a slightly bigger crater. She seems to be box office poison, starring in one film that's managed to break even but has been the centerpiece of a number of bombs recently. It seems inevitable she'll be adding another one to her list. People are fed up with remakes, reimaginings, and the typical insufferable girl boss standards of modern films. Tropes are tropes, and they get boring. It's not something just movie buffs notice now. General audiences have picked up on it, and it's grown tired of the same old, the same bland visuals, the same modern story tropes, the same smell of a cash grab. Add Snow White to the increasing list of Disney failures, a huge step back from their major hits of 2024. Maybe this one should have been a tax write-off, guys. GG's.
Yep. Other than him going after Gal Gadot, bad acting, it was actually Open in
has built a loyal fan base eager to see her take on the iconic role. Her portrayal emphasizes traditional values of kindness, inner beauty, and resilience, presenting a vision of Snow White that many feel has been missing from Disney's modernized approach. Jeremy Boring, co-CEO of the Daily Wire, has positioned the project as a direct response to what he perceives as Disney's abandonment of its storytelling roots. Boring criticized Disney for prioritizing fleeting cultural trends over the timeless elements that made the original Snow White a classic. He pointed out that Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs not only saved Disney from financial ruin, but also established the foundation for its global legacy. By choosing to modernize rather than preserve the story, Boring argues, Disney risks alienating the very audience that has supported it for generations, has built a loyal fan base.
She believed that just because she is famous, just because she is an actress, that she has the right to tell you what to believe. When Donald Trump got elected, she went on a huge tirade on her Instagram, attacking those that voted for Trump, those that support Trump, Trump himself, right? But what this dummy Rachel Ziegler didn't understand was that these people that she was talking about, that's more than half the country. This is what Rachel Ziegler said recently that pissed off a lot of people. Look at this. This is an actual post that was later deleted by Rachel Ziegler on her Instagram. And this is what she said after Donald Trump was elected. She believed that just because
Yep.
As a self-reliant leader, abandoning the traditional themes of romance and rescue that defined the original 1937 animated masterpiece. The decision to modernize Snow White's character stems from an effort to resonate with contemporary audiences, presenting her as a fearless ruler driven by her late father's dream of justice and equality. Ziegler's interpretation challenges the tropes of the original Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which many critics argue no longer align with modern sensibilities. One of her most controversial remarks was about the original prince, who she described as a guy who literally stalked Snow White. This comment, meant to critique outdated elements of the story, alienated a significant portion of Disney's traditional fan base. For many, Snow White's innocence and the prince's role as her rescuer are integral to the fairy tale's timeless appeal. As a self-reliant leader, abandoning the traditional themes of romance and rescue.
I'm not sure if I want to. I'm just going to share it, but I can't make up my mind if it's good or bad for that short. You know? I'm going to go to the next one. Oh, yeah, this is where Joe Rogan.
Like, these animators are on shaky ground.
Yes, correct.
What happened with the actor strike? Did they settle that? Is that over?
This is Rachel Ziegler. Her incredibly off-putting personality is not the only thing you will get out of Rachel Ziegler while talking to her. She will remind you that she hates Snow White.
Rachel Ziegler, the controversial lead of Disney's Snow White remake, has recently added fuel to the fire by making a bold political statement supporting Free Palestine. This move has left Disney executives panicking,
I'll be back.
fearing that the backlash could escalate into a full-blown boycott of the movie. And honestly, it looks like their fears are warranted. After all, you reap what you sow, and Disney seems to be getting a bitter taste of its own medicine. The drama surrounding Rachel Ziegler and Disney has reached a fever pitch, and even Joe Rogan couldn't resist weighing in on the chaos. Yes, you heard that right, Joe Rogan, known for discussing everything from UFC fights to alien conspiracies, has now turned his attention to Snow White. But before we dive into his take, let's rewind and break down how we got here. It all started back in August 2024, when Disney released the first teaser for Snow White on YouTube. What should have been a moment of excitement quickly turned into an unmitigated disaster. Within weeks, the teaser became the most disliked movie trailer in YouTube's history, amassing nearly 1 million dislikes compared to just 68,000 likes. Within the first 24 hours alone, the video had racked up 193,000 dislikes, leaving Disney with a PR crisis of epic proportions. And the comments? They were nothing short of brutal. One user mocked, "I came here purely because I saw on Facebook that this video has over 1 million downvotes, and I really wanted to be a part of that community." Another wrote, "Wow, Disney, you truly are incredible. It took you 3 years, multiple rewrites, unnecessary CGI, and $209 million just for me to enjoy the comment section of a movie I'll never watch. Bless you." The sentiment was clear. Fans were angry, disillusioned, and ready to make their voices heard. So, what went so catastrophically wrong? Fans point to a combination of questionable casting decisions and baffling creative choices. Instead of the beloved 7 dwarfs, Disney initially planned to feature a group of diverse magical creatures, a move that backfired spectacularly when actors with dwarfism called out the studio for excluding them. In an attempt to salvage the situation, Disney pivoted to CGI characters. But the results were lifeless and awkward, leaving fans wondering how a live-action remake could feel less authentic than the animated original. But the controversy didn't stop there. At the heart of this storm is Rachel Zegler, cast as Snow White herself. While her casting initially sparked cautious optimism, her comments about the original 1937 classic ignited a firestorm. During a resurfaced interview, Zegler dismissed the original as extremely dated and criticized its romance, calling it creepy and weird. Her words hit a nerve with fans who grew up cherishing the timeless tale, and her dismissive tone only added fuel to the fire.
I know that you've told me before that your version of Snow White is different, and it's more of a 2022 version of Snow White. What did you mean by that?
I mean, you know, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. And she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Fans interpreted these remarks as disrespectful not only to the original creators, but also to the generations who grew up with Snow White as a cherished part of their childhood. Disney, rather than distancing itself from Zegler's comments, seemed to double down, allowing her critiques to go unchallenged, a decision that alienated even their most loyal supporters. In an effort to repair the damage, Disney sent Zegler on a press tour to promote the film. However, her attempts to backtrack came across as insincere. Fans weren't convinced by her sudden praise for the project, especially after her earlier viral critiques. To make matters worse, her portrayal of Snow White in promotional material seemed worlds away from the kind-hearted princess audiences adored. Instead, Zegler's version appeared brash and condescending, leaving fans questioning why Disney had strayed so far from the original character's charm. And then, another bombshell dropped. In a recently resurfaced 2022 interview with Entertainment Weekly, Zegler admitted that as a child, the animated classic had scared her so much she avoided it for over a decade. Extremely dated in its portrayal of women, and claimed the remake would redefine the phrase fairest of them all, to focus on justice rather than beauty. While some saw this as a modern twist, others viewed it as yet another attempt to undermine the legacy of the original. TikTok was soon flooded with backlash, with users comparing Zegler's comments to those of Halle Bailey, the star of Disney's The Little Mermaid. Bailey had celebrated the original story while embracing her role, earning praise for her respectful approach. In contrast, Zegler's dismissive attitude felt like a rejection of the original's magic. One viral comment summed up the sentiment.
This is Rachel Zegler. Her incredibly off-putting personality is not the only thing you will get out of Rachel Zegler while talking to her. She will remind you that she hates Snow White.
Disney found a way to cast someone for Snow White whose entire personality on a marketing tour is, "I hate Snow White." The negativity surrounding Zegler's remarks has led many to question why Disney would cast someone who seemed to openly dislike the original story. Fans are now asking, how can someone who didn't appreciate Snow White as a child, and still seems to harbor reservations, successfully embody one of Disney's most iconic characters? But this storm isn't just about Zegler's comments. It's about what Disney's missteps say about their approach to reimagining classic stories. The fallout has been massive, and as Joe Rogan recently put it,
Like, these animators are on shaky ground.
Yes, correct.
What happened with the actor strike? Did they settle that? Is that over?
she didn't stop there. Ziegler framed herself as a victim of relentless online harassment, portraying her experience as an unfortunate consequence of being in the spotlight. She argued that being an actor automatically subjects her to constant public scrutiny no matter what she says or does.
I never want it to come off as me being ungrateful for the opportunities I have. I can also be having the greatest time and simultaneously wishing people would stop sending me death threats.
She lamented. But it seems Rachel Ziegler totally forgot her own words because she's back in the hot seat once again. Like clockwork, she's been stirring up controversy after controversy. Every few weeks, she says or does something that reignites the outrage, making the upcoming Snow White film seem like an inevitable disaster. Not long ago, Ziegler took to Instagram to voice her outrage following a political upset she was clearly passionate about. She admitted to being heartbroken over Donald Trump's election win against Vice President Kamala Harris, expressing sentiments that alienated a significant portion of the public. In a now-deleted Instagram story, she added, "I am speechless and heartbroken," she wrote. "I hope Trump voters, Trump supporters, and Trump himself never know peace. I shouldn't be this shocked, but I am. I am heartbroken for my friends who awoke in fear this morning." This didn't sit well with critics, who labeled her comments as unhinged, and even called her a liability for Disney. Some demanded the studio permanently shelve Snow White and distance itself from Ziegler, claiming her involvement was toxic to the brand. Instead
It's true. She is totally toxic to the brand now.
of backing down, Ziegler doubled down. In a follow-up post, she called the election results a symptom of a deep, deep sickness in the United States and criticized those who supported Trump as subscribing to a foolish sense of security, masculinity, and intelligence. Adding to the tension, she didn't hesitate to call out Elon Musk for his perceived role in the election, urging her followers to leave Twitter, or X, entirely. "Get off Elon's app," she implored. This sparked further debate, with critics accusing her of being over the top and alienating even moderate audiences. Of course, Ziegler's controversies aren't limited to her political views. Take, for instance, her infamous dramatic reading of Britney Spears' tweets during the pop star's public feud with her sister, Jamie Lynn Spears. While Ziegler likely intended it as lighthearted, fans of Britney found it tone-deaf, given the gravity of the number Free Britney movement. And let's not forget her very public grievance about not being invited to the 2022 Academy Awards, despite starring in West Side Story, a film that earned 7 nominations, including Best Picture. While some sympathized, others found her social media outburst unprofessional.
End it here and come back, okay? So. You know what?